statemusictheater.org.
No matter how many people are in your family, buying new jackets for the cold weather months can be expensive. But when you shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, prices on cold weather jackets will give you a sigh of relief because thrift store prices mean great deals. And right now we have a great selection. Find great deals on cold weather jackets for the family at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
We're rolling out another weekend of fun at Fleet Farm's Oktoberfest. Dress up the kids in their Halloween best and stop in Saturday, October 25th from 9 a.m. to noon for a little in-store trick-or-treating. And be sure to enter our costume contest at 11:30, where we'll be giving away free gift cards to the cutest, coolest, and the ghouliest. Bring the whole family in for big fall fun at Fleet Farm's Oktoberfest. And thanks again for being a valued customer.
Potential is like God's love. It lives within everyone and shows us that we are made for more. At Og Prep, faith ignites excellence in academics, the arts, athletics, and every aspect of our lives. Students don't just realize their full potential, we learn to soar. The #1 K-12 school in Milwaukee is expanding to the North Shore and is now enrolling grades K4 through 6th and 9th. Og Prep North, made for more. Apply today at ogprep.org.
Treat your valuable employees to a company holiday party at the historic Fox and Hounds restaurant. When you buy one dinner, you get one free, so half your employees' dinners are free, saving your company hundreds of dollars. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. That's foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Wisconsin's Morning News is here for you every weekday morning starting at 6 a.m. Vince Vitrano.
Former Milwaukee City Attorney now facing new felony charges.
Eric Bilstad.
Former National Security Advisor John Bolton has arrived at federal court.
And traffic with Debbie Loziga.
In the stadium interchange, we've got a broken down vehicle. They may have to close off some lanes to try and help get this thing out of there.
The news you need to know. Wisconsin's Morning News on WTMJ.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
6 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Monday, October 20th, our top story. The mother of a missing child heads to trial.
I'm Adam Roberts in for Eric Bilstead. A late rally for a Packers road win.
I'm Debbie Loziga. Southbound on 41, just a little bit tight heading into the Good Hope Road area. Northbound is a little slow north of North Avenue up past Burleigh. Otherwise, everything else is looking just fine. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Store team forecast for today. Mostly sunny skies. Windy once again with a high of 63 tonight. Chance of showers. Cloudy and windy as well. Low down to 45. Milwaukee temp now at 43. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the mother of a 13-year-old girl who had been missing for nearly a week in Oak Creek, she goes on trial today.
36-year-old Luisa Asala from Burlington is standing trial on one count of interfering with child custody. She's been in jail since March after allegedly hiding her daughter Lillian from her father, who has primary custody of the child, for 6 days. The 13-year-old's phone was found at a park in Oak Creek with text messages suggesting she had ran away. Asala then admitted to investigators that she drove her daughter to a friend's house in Watertown where she was found. If convicted, Asala could face over 12 years in prison. Jessica Gatso, WTMG News.
A double shooting in Milwaukee overnight leaves 2 people dead near 27th and Atkinson. 50 and 64-year-olds both dying at the scene, a suspect in custody. It's the second deadly double shooting over the weekend in the city. Early Saturday morning, 2 men were shot and killed near Appleton and Ruby. A 35-year-old is in custody connected to that shooting.
Trauma in the desert. A late touchdown and a defensive stand helped the Packers complete a fourth-quarter comeback. 27-23, the win over the Cardinals.
Hands it off to Jacobs, and he is in for a Packers touchdown, his second today.
Fox Sports on the call after allowing a Cardinals touchdown with 7 seconds left in the second quarter. Appeared the Packers would trail 13-3 at half.
Instead, Jordan Love completed a 22-yard pass to Romeo Dobbs, setting up a franchise record 61-yard field goal from Lucas Havrasik, an eye-opener for head coach Matt LaFleur.
I didn't envision that going into the game.
Signed off the Colts practice squad 9 days ago, Havrasik is 4 for 4 in field goals and 6 for 6 on extra points.
He's answered every challenge that's been put in front of him. We don't win that game without his ability to go out there and make all his tries.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Packers travel next to Pittsburgh. We've got Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers Sunday night.
President Trump shrugging off the weekend's massive No Kings demonstrations across the country, including here in Milwaukee, by those who say he's threatening democracy.
The president has choice words for the estimated 7 million people at No Kings rallies in all 50 states in Europe on Saturday.
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country.
On ABC's This Week, House Speaker Mike Johnson defended calling the protests Hate America rallies.
They needed a stunt. They needed a show.
And he says they missed the irony.
If President Trump was a king, the government would be open right now.
Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Business World and others depending on cloud computing, but this morning an outage has sent many of them scrambling.
The outage affects Amazon Web Services. It provides remote computing services to government, schools, businesses around the world. Snapchat, Roblox, Fortnite, the online broker Robinhood, and the McDonald's app are among the most commonly used services that depend on Amazon. The company says the problem was with services in the eastern U.S., Engineers are trying to figure out what went wrong and why, but as of about 5:30 Eastern Time, Amazon says it's seeing significant signs of recovery. Most requests should now be succeeding. Peter King, CBS News.
Overseas, authorities in France on the look for jewelry thieves, 3 of them who robbed the nation's largest art museum, the Louvre.
As the police gathered evidence and launched an investigation, the Louvre closed and hundreds of tourists were ushered out. Many disappointed to miss seeing the gallery's star attraction, the Mona Lisa. But not Jim and Joan Carpenter.
I knew something was up because of the way they swept the whole museum.
But it's great. This is our last day of a long trip, and this is the most exciting part.
CBS's Elizabeth Palmer in Paris with the report.
Coming up, why peanut allergies may be on the decline.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:04.
I know why you continue to live in pain. It's because you don't believe anything can be done to help. Maybe you bought into something and you've been burned before. I mean, your skepticism. It's understandable. This is Rejuvenex founder Richard Salinas. And here we use powerful, anti-inflammatory, and cushioning pharmacological medicines to ease your pain. They're FDA approved, and most medical insurance is going to pay for our treatments, including Medicare and Medicaid. And that's the litmus test. Because if insurance has shown to cover the cost of many of our patients' treatments, you can be sure it's valid medicine. It's not a biological treatment considered experimental or some new gimmick that's trying to hook you. The Rejuvenex approach to pain relief is legitimate. It helps to alleviate pain in shoulders, hips, elbows, and knees. And from what we've seen, it gives people a new lease on their lives.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Call today, and there's a good chance we'll see you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm attorney David Gruber. After an accident, you need a trusted winning team on your side. For more than 30 years, Gruber Law Offices has helped Wisconsin families get the results they deserve. If you've been injured, call our firm today for a free consultation. We're available 24/7. Wisconsin's own Gruber Law Offices, proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
The Wisconsin retirement system impacts over 690,000 people, including police, firefighters, teachers, and UW employees. Join Annex Wealth Management and WTMJ's Steve Scafidi for a free webinar. Understand your WRS potential on Tuesday, October 21st at 3:30 p.m. Learn how your WRS pension fits into your financial portfolio and planning. The Annex Financial Planning team is experienced with WRS pensions and holistic financial planning. Register at annexwealth.com/events. Know the difference with a fee-only fiduciary. That's Annex Wealth Management.
The next time you're due for service, visit richlands.com to schedule an appointment at any of our 5 conveniently located facilities.
All AAA approved and all staffed by ASE certified technicians ready to serve you.
Richlands.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 6:07.
A gutsy call that almost didn't happen. Sports at 6:15.
A Milwaukee-based private jet company taking off with national growth. Jet Out expanding operations with a new base in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Milwaukee Business Journal editor-in-chief Timothy Gibbons on WTMJ.
Interesting with them is that they have these bases. So they're going to have local pilots, local mechanics, local planes that basically are in a base in Arizona and one in Florida and one here and now one in Texas. It makes it easier for them to hire because it's not having mechanics and pilots bouncing all around. They actually have a home base.
Jet Out now has locations in 4 states across the country, expected to expand even more throughout the U.S.
Aldi has plans for another Milwaukee area store. The German grocer hoping to construct a store in Franklin on Church Street at Highway 100. Franklin's Plan Commission, if they approve the project, it could open sometime in 2026.
There's some fresh evidence this morning that newer guidelines on avoiding peanut allergies appear to be working.
A new study in the journal Pediatrics finds the number of allergic cases in kids has dropped sharply since experts began recommending parents introduce their infants to peanuts. That followed a landmark trial 10 years ago that found babies could cut their chances of developing an allergy by more than 80%. Since the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases shifted recommendations 2 years later, the just-released research finds the rate of peanut allergies in children under 3 has plummeted 43%. The study finds eggs have overtaken peanuts as the number 1 food allergen in that age group. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
And according to the statistics, around 80% of people with any foodborne allergy, eggs or peanuts or otherwise, never outgrow them.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:09.
Get new Pella windows for the entire house as low as $297 a month with 0% interest for up to 60 months.
Ready for the snap and a timeout taken. The team looks a little bit lost. Let's bring in Gina Della from Pella. What's the winning game plan this month?
Wayne, the winning play is simple. A whole house of new windows as low as $297 a month with 0% interest for up to 60 months.
Wow, that's a drive you can sustain for years. No penalties, no interest. A championship move from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
No doubt, Wayne. And unlike the opponent's defense, Pella Windows actually stopped the drafts.
The draft picks we gave up for number 1 had to be the steal of the century.
True, but I'm talking about replacing old drafty windows.
Roger that. With energy-efficient windows that keep the cold out, you'll stay as toasty as a fan at a warm weather preseason game.
Pay as low as $297 a month for a whole house of new Pella windows.
Plus, with 0% interest for up to 60 months, don't sit on the sidelines, folks. Make your move today.
Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 10/31/2025.
Checking in with Debbie here early on this Monday morning.
Yeah, it's pretty clear for the most part. We are seeing some delays kicking in just southbound on 41 from the county line to Good Hope Road. Otherwise, everything else is actually rolling along pretty well. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny and windy, temperatures topping out in the low 60s, southwest winds gust as high as 30 miles per hour. We bring in the chance for a few scattered showers late this evening and overnight, cloudy and windy with lows in the mid-40s. Chance for more scattered showers tomorrow, cool, cloudy and windy with highs in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and breezy for Wednesday, a slight chance of a shower, highs near 50 degrees. The sunshine back for Thursday, still cool, highs in the low 50s. We'll bring back the sunshine Friday with highs near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
43 degrees in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Adam Roberts.
6:11 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Could there be potential litigation on the horizon connected to an incident at American Family Field last week that made the rounds on social media and across the news feed?
You know what? Let's call ICE. Call ICE. Call ICE. I'm a U.S. citizen. We're veteran, baby girl.
Remember that audio from last week, an incident involving a U.S. Navy veteran, Ricardo Fossado is his name, during a Brewers-Dodgers game. Yucking it up after a big home run for L.A. as part of that sweep of the Brewers, and encountering a fan, Shannon Koblarczyk, who you heard out there saying, let's call ICE on the fan. Both of them escorted out of American Family Field, and the Brewers, after the fact, banning both individuals from attending future games. Well, there could be a potential in the fallout of everything for some legal action to unfold.
Obviously, he wants an apology from the Brewer organization, but there might be some litigation involved here.
Yeah, audio a little rough there, but that is Raul Montez, civil rights activist from the Chicago area, who's been in contact, according to our partners at TMJ4, and is threatening potential litigation against, it would appear, the Brewers for how all of this went down. Montez demanding an apology from the team and compensation, suggesting that there could be World Series tickets involved with all of this. I mean, the Dodgers are, of course, in there, but I don't know. This doesn't seem like it's going to... The Brewers have not commented on any of this, by the way. Doesn't seem like the Brewers have any interest in this.
What I don't have any interest in is there's, without question, what the woman said to him was, of despicable nature, and she's getting what she's getting. But this guy's no hero. He was that bad fan in somebody else's house, taunting the home fans, being obnoxious, according to multiple reports, was hammered. Like, buddy, maybe you just want to go away. You got yours, okay? And your Dodgers are going to the World Series. Like, what I'm curious about is why this guy wants to, like, and you don't come off great either.
Is this a case of everyone wants their own piece of a pie? Like, we're an over-litigious society. Everyone wants their cut. Again, the Brewers not really talking much about this. It did raise some eyes because both of them were ejected. And remember, she lost her job at Manpower over all this as well. So no one really comes out of this looking great. But keep an eye on that. Could be some maybe a comment at some point this week from the team. But not expecting a whole lot of movement on this.
6:14 Sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
At Hazelden Betty Ford, treating mental health isn't just about breaking old patterns. It's about braving new ones. As the leader in alcohol and drug treatment for 75 years, we know caring for addiction, anxiety, depression, and trauma goes hand in hand. We're here for you with new tools when life breaks down. Discover your path to better mental health at hazeldenbettyford.org/Wisconsin. Sponsored by Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation.
Vince Vitrano here for Landworks Wisconsin, and now is the time to start thinking about bulb planting. Landworks is beginning to fill their fall schedule for bulb planting. So best time to plant fall bulbs is when the ground is cool, as it is this week, usually several weeks before we have that hard freeze. Fall bulb plantings lead to incredible springtime blooms. And don't forget also to start thinking about dormant pruning for the winter. When the trees and the shrubs, they're bare, it's easier to properly identify which limbs are the best candidates for pruning. The design, build, landscaping projects are a year-round topic as well. Landworks helps people achieve their outdoor dreams by creating these beautiful landscapes. They do it all. LandworksWisconsin.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Packers still in search of that complete game as we begin preparing for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers this week.
Hands it off to Jacobs, and he is in for a Packers touchdown, his second today.
And Josh Jacobs with that go-ahead touchdown late in the fourth quarter. Fox Sports on the call to give the Packers a 27-23 win over the Cardinals. That play nearly didn't happen.
Scared money don't make money, so sometimes you gotta shoot.
You don't. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur appeared ready to kick a field goal on fourth down to tie the game earlier in the drive. Called timeout and reconsidered.
Well, when our quarterback's coming off and I can see the disdain on his face, and I looked up at the clock, saw how much time was left. It wasn't by any means a chip shot, although Lucas has come in and done a hell of a job. So one of those deals where I was like, no matter what we call, this guy's going to make it work. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, Love did make it work. A 15-yard completion to tight end Tucker Kraft. The defense then held off Arizona's last attempt at a comeback. Micah Parsons, 3 sacks on the day. Packers moved to 4-1-1 on the season. The showdown with Aaron Rodgers is set in Pittsburgh, 7:20 kick on Sunday. 2 games left in Week 7 of the National Football League season. Too late, 9 p.m. kick in Seattle as the Seahawks host the Texans. The Lions have the Buccaneers. That should be a good one. 6 p.m. kick in Detroit.
Got the late football on the docket for tonight. There is also still baseball to play.
Guerrero is walked to left field. Forget about it. Gone.
Yep, Game 7 on tap for tonight in the ALCS after the Jays defeat the Mariners in Toronto. That place can be a madhouse. The old Sky Dome Rogers Center, it gets loud, and then they have that foghorn for every home run. Vlad Jr., another postseason home run. I think he's got 6 now on the docket. So that Game 7 is tonight in the largest city in Canada, and the winner gets the, I guess you could call it, opportunity to go up against that buzzsaw that is the LA Dodgers front 4 pitching staff.
And the Brewers Game 6 tonight. Badgers volleyball upset by number 25 USC. Badgers lost in a 4-set match in Madison on Sunday. Badger Sports Updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Matt LePay for Steinhoffels. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics. Since 1934, Steinhoffels has been Wisconsin's furniture and mattress destination for quality, selection, and service. For over 90 years, Steinhoffels has helped Wisconsinites create the homes of their dreams and is 100% employee-owned. Steinhoffels has the largest selection of all the latest styles and all the best mattress brands. You'll find something for every style and every budget. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com. Relax, it's Steinhoffels.
WTMJ and SideX are back with the Bootiful Bathroom Contest, where one lucky listener is going to win a tub or shower conversion valued at up to $10,000. It's easy. You snap a pic of your scary shower, terrifying tub, or even just one that you're kind of tired of, and enter now. Text BOO to the WTMJ talk and text line. That's 855-616-1620, or visit WTMJ.com to submit your picture and for full contest rules.
Looking for the perfect bite before or after your next show? Stop into Proof Pizza inside St. Kate, the Arts Hotel, where creativity meets crave-worthy flavor. Whether it's brunch, lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack, every pizza is made to order and bursting with bold, fresh ingredients. Don't miss their incredible sandwiches, too. From curtain call to last call, Proof Pizza is your go-to spot for food, friends, and flavor. Learn more at stkatearts.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, Gatish Foundation. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
6:19 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Let's get an update on your morning drive. Debbie, how are we doing?
Yeah, it's not looking too bad right now, Vince. We've got the delays like usual on southbound 41 right into Good Hope Road, into that construction zone. Couple of broken down vehicles on 94 westbound at Moreland Road on the left shoulder. And then we've got another one on eastbound 94 just past Barker Road. Closer to Brookfield Road, so just be careful. It is off on the left shoulder as well, so not in traffic, but something to keep in mind. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny day in store for your Monday, but hold on to your hat. It's going to be a windy one. Could see some gusts over 30 miles an hour. 63 the high. Going to be some chilly nights coming up. 45 chance of rain overnight. Wind continuing into your Tuesday. 54 down to 50 on Wednesday. Cool Thursday, sunny 53, sun on Friday, and a high of 60. Jacket weather this morning, 41 in Milwaukee at 6:20.
Getting you going on this Monday morning, President Trump ramping up the new war on drugs, authorizing U.S. military strikes on alleged drug-running boats, and now taking aim at what he calls the source.
Colombia is out of control, and now they have the worst president they've ever had. He's a lunatic who's got a lot of problems, mental problems.
The president threatening to cut off all U.S. aid to Colombia and more as we bring in ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers live from Washington. Karen, the president using the words armed conflict to describe our U.S. engagement with these drug cartels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what the administration has said to justify the killing of these suspected smugglers instead of arresting them. The president, his team have declared that the U.S. is in a formal armed conflict and that the drug cartels are unlawful combatants. But it's important to note they really haven't provided many details and evidence to back up the claims that the 32 alleged traffickers killed so far were attempting to traffic drugs. There have been questions about the legality of this, and it actually has raised concerns and questions from Republicans and Democrats. Rand Paul of Kentucky has pushed back strongly on this, saying that these people have been blown up without us knowing their names, without any evidence of a crime. So we'll see how this plays out. The administration continues these strikes. I think I mentioned 32 alleged traffickers have been killed so far in 7 different strikes in recent weeks.
Karen Travers is with us, ABC News White House correspondent in Washington. Yeah, it doesn't sound like you have much more on this, Karen, but we really don't know how the administration believes or is justifying, that these are drug running boats as opposed to, as has been suggested by the other governments, just fishermen out in the Caribbean.
We don't. And, of course, we have asked that question. And as I say, few details are being provided. And I think these countries are also looking for details and information, too. And this war of words now with Colombia and these threats coming from the administration come after the president of Colombia is saying that the administration, the U.S., has committed murder, as Petro put it, the president of Colombia, and violated sovereignty because he says that a fisherman was killed last month during a strike and that the boat was adrift and had a distress signal up due to an engine failure. The administration pushes back on that. The president has kind of kicked it up a notch, accusing the president of Colombia of being an illegal drug dealer. Those were his words, and has threatened to cut off aid to the country and put in place higher tariffs as of today.
So, Karen, when people hear armed conflict, I think most people think of some sort of a military buildup. I know that naval operations have been shifting around in the Caribbean, but just how big are we seeing here of a move?
I mean, it's really targeted. It's strikes on specific boats. I mean, the president was asked last week of why this is not being done through the previously normal standard operating procedure of the Coast Guard handling this and doing this through more of a law enforcement approach. And he said that those boats that these alleged smugglers are using are fast, but as he put it, not faster than a missile.
Karen Travers is with us from Washington. No movement on the government shutdown then, I guess?
No, we're on day 20. Okay. No movement.
And the president really not talking about it much, is he?
He's getting asked questions about it, but, he is not engaging in any negotiations on this, saying that this is up to senators to work out and that there won't be negotiations on the policy issues while the government is shut down. But in terms of actual direct conversations with leadership, he certainly has not been, at least in the last week.
Karen, my producer, Greg Pancake Hill here tells me that you offered your condolences to the Brewers as you guys chatted before you come on here. We appreciate that. We'll accept them, and thank you for it. And
I'm a Philly fan, so we got our
mutual
experience with the Dodgers a week before. So
appreciate it. Karen Travers live from Washington this morning. 6:25 on Wisconsin's Morning News. I mean, out of great deference to Karen, I no love lost for the Phillies here in Milwaukee either. But, we're all in the same boat of misery this morning.
Boat. I see what you did there.
You see what I did there? I tied it all back in.
Fantastic.
6:25 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We've got news about your money this morning. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average closed the week. It was down about up about 240 points. So the NASDAQ set to open at 46,191. Sorry, that was the Dow. The NASDAQ at 22,680. That was up about 118 points. And the S&P 500 closed Friday at 6664. That was up about 35 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. It's kindness, it's compassion, it's very specialized training. Their mission is to transform the culture of care, and they're doing that every single day. I've been in their places. I've seen how they love and take care of people with cognitive decline, Alzheimer's, or other related dementia symptoms. In part at Azura, they do such a great job because their staff goes through specialized training. They're going to take great care of you. Locations throughout southeast Wisconsin, Wisconsin-based, family-owned. It's Azura.
Talk about value. When it comes to casual dining, I can't think of a better value out there. If you're looking for a way to stretch your family's dining budget, come to Marty's Pizza, where feeding your family won't cost you an arm or a leg. You know, we're reasonably priced, and that's how it's going to stay. That's why we've been around so long. We offer a quality product at the right price. Italian dinners, subs, sandwiches, salads, and of course, 100% real mozzarella cheese pizza. Find us easily online at martyspizza.net.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza. Enjoy life at Capri Communities, where senior living's our expertise. Caring staff that help you when you need. Enjoy life at Capri, making friends and memories. Living life to the fullest, you will love your new home. Enjoy life at Capri Communities.
Potential is like God's love. It lives within everyone and shows us that we are made for more. At Aug Prep, faith ignites excellence in academics, the arts, athletics, and every aspect of our lives. Students don't just realize their full potential, we learn to soar. The #1 K-12 school in Milwaukee is expanding to the North Shore and is now enrolling grades K4 through 6th and 9th. Aug Prep North, made for more. Apply today at augprep.org.
Traffic is sponsored by Rejuvenix Arthritis Pain Clinics. Go to rejuvenix.com for an appointment.
Rejuvenix. Alleviate your pain. Rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenix.com to request your appointment.
Coming up on 6:30, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Monday, October 20th. Our top story, a death investigation underway in West Allis.
I'm Adam Roberts. A deadly weekend across Milwaukee.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Looks like we got a crash now. Eastbound 94, just past Brookfield Road. It is off on the left shoulder, so watch out for that. The other area of delay is going to be on southbound 41 from the county line all the way down to Appleton Avenue. Northbound's backing up from just north of Mayfair Road all the way up past Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast, mostly sunny skies today, windy as well. Boy, that wind's been howling. High of 63 degrees, gusts up to 30 miles per hour in the winds today. Chance of showers tonight, cloudy and windy, low down to 45. For Tuesday, a chance of scattered showers, cool and cloudy, a windy high of just 54 degrees. Wednesday's high just 50, under partly sunny skies, slight chance of a shower. For Thursday, sunny and cool, high of 53. Right now in Milwaukee, we're looking at 43 degrees.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. You might have had some trouble getting onto your favorite websites or apps overnight. Amazon Web Services, which hosts popular sites like Snapchat, Amazon Alexa, Roblox, and Wall Street Journal, was down. The company says they have traced the worldwide problem to a facility in Virginia. The Louvre is closed for another day following the brazen jewel heist on Sunday morning.
The suspects making off with 8 items, including sets of sapphire and emerald necklaces and earrings, 2 diadems and elaborate diamond brooches. It all played out 9:30 Sunday morning. Officials immediately shutting down the museum.
ABC's James Longman in Paris. President Trump says he will address the issue of beef prices later this week, claiming the U.S. could purchase Argentinian beef in an attempt to tame inflation. A decade after a landmark study proved feeding peanut products to young babies could prevent peanut allergies later in life, new research finds the change has made a big difference, cutting peanut allergies significantly. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, West Dallas police promising more information today. They're investigating the death of a 4-year-old child. Police were at 108th and Greenfield, 8 a.m. Saturday. Investigators seen in a Dairy Queen parking lot, although it's unclear whether or not that location had anything to do with the investigation. Police have not released any additional information.
In Milwaukee, gunfire killing 4 people, injuring a child over the weekend.
It started with a double shooting on Saturday morning. 2 men ages 33 and 43 were shot and killed near Appleton Avenue and Ruby Avenue. Police arrested a 35-year-old suspect. Then Saturday evening, 3 people were shot in the area of 19th and State Street near Marquette University. A 6-year-old, a 23-year-old, and 38-year-old were taken to the hospital for injuries. Then on Sunday night, 2 people died in a shooting near 27th and Atkinson. Those victims have not been identified, and it's unclear if anyone is in custody. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
In sports, a fourth quarter comeback and a flash of dominance on defense fueled the Packers' 27-23 win over the Cardinals in Arizona. First road win of the season for the Pack. After allowing a Cardinals touchdown with 7 seconds left in the second quarter, it appeared the Packers would end up trailing at half.
Instead, Jordan Love completed a 22-yard pass to Romeo Doubs, setting up a franchise record 61-yard field goal from Lucas Havrasik, an eye-opener for head coach Matt LaFleur.
I didn't envision that going into the game.
Signed off the Colts practice squad 9 days ago, Havrasik is 4 for 4 in field goals and 6 for 6 on extra points.
He's answered every challenge that's been put in front of him. We don't win that game without his ability to go out there and make all his tries.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Another road test for the Packers in Week 8, and this is the one you had circled, a trip to Pittsburgh to face Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers.
Another scam targeting renters is making the rounds, this time involving landlord impersonation. A recent Wisconsin case where a tenant was tricked into signing a lease that turned out to be an Airbnb listing is making the rounds. DATCP consumer expert Michelle Reinen on WTMJ explaining how to avoid the scam.
Run internet searches for the landlord's name and the property's address and investigate those results. We want to confirm the information we receive from the person we're interacting with against actual records. Then ask the landlord for the contact information of past or current tenants and ask them about their renting experience.
A legitimate property should appear on popular rental listing websites with consistent contact information.
Summerfest planning to fuse music and technology in a new way in the coming year. Organizers rebranding what they've called Summerfest Tech. They're now going to call it Summerfest Tech AI in hopes to better connect with festival goers. Milwaukee Business Journal editor-in-chief Timothy Gibbons on WTMJ.
So it'll be more integrated with the music festival. So, a little more connection there. One of the things that's really exciting is for listeners who are familiar with the Shazam app. Shazam uses pattern recognition to identify songs that are being played. So the co-founder of that tech company will be their keynote speaker.
Summerfest Tech AI will take place alongside the festival next summer.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:34. Coming up, let's go to the hop. Or not.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well,
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Imagine turning that unused basement into your family's favorite room. Greg Matzik here from Matrix Basement Finishing. Whether it's a home theater, game room, maybe a bar or office, Matrix Basement Finishing makes it possible. And they only do basements. Their experts design, they build, they transform your basement with style and comfort and that lasting quality that you expect. Visit matrixbasements.com/Matzik for my personal landing page and special pricing. matrixbasements.com/Matzik.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
So you heard it in Matzek Sports Wrap there. The Packers had a perfect performance from one of their players who wasn't even on the team a couple of weeks ago. Sports at 6:45.
It's fall, and that means for a lot of high schools across Wisconsin and the country, homecoming season. I know my alma mater, Springs, did theirs at the end of September. I don't know what they have going on over there in Greendale. How the
Bondi
schedule
Hot
works.
Springs. All right.
Yeah, there are a couple of them still left. But it turns out, as we'll hear from Michael Wallace in just a sec, the school dance might not be as big of a draw as it used to be.
In New Jersey this month, Wall Township High School canceled its homecoming dance, citing low ticket sales. Senior Elizabeth Burns.
Once it hits like almost 3 hours, you're like, okay, I kind of like want to go home, like I'm tired.
Kids are incredibly overprogrammed at this point in time.
Psychologist Matthew Strobel.
Smaller informal groups, that's where they're feeling more comfortable. There's less pressure in those groups. I think a lot of that has to do with social media influence.
He says schools need to find other ways to hone kids' social skills.
It's a life skill, but we have to figure out ways to meet them where they're at.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
I don't know. I feel like if I'm thinking back to my high school dance days, it was a lot of, guy, we bring your date, you mill at the table. All right, here comes the slow dance. All right, trot out, do the thing, trot back, and then just sit back at the table sipping on punch.
What's the number where you cancel, though?
That
is it like
is
30
a good
couples?
question.
Is it 20, like
just a
couple dozen?
I have no idea. I had never ever thought we would reach a point where low ticket sales would be an issue, especially at some of those schools where you got like thousands of kids. Is it really, New Jersey, is it really that bad?
Yeah, I guess so. 6:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, it's your friend John McGivern. In a world full of chaos, I'm grateful for a health plan that has my back. Network Health is so reliable and trustworthy, they always put me and over 126,000 members first. It's just what they do and what they've always done for over 41 years. Call 833-7-NETWORK today. HMO and POS plans underwritten by Network Health Plan. Compensation has been provided for using this endorsement of Network Health.
Vince Vitrano here for Shopco Optical. I went so many years without using my vision benefits, which are part of our insurance package that I pay for, even as my eyesight started to strain. I know a lot of folks, that sounds familiar to you. Only a few months left on the calendar year. So if you have not taken care of an annual checkup, time to get on the schedule and do that. I was buying readers off the rack at the convenience store for years, instead of getting a real, comprehensive eye exam and custom lenses designed for my specific vision needs. And the difference is real. I see so much better for reading now, and insurance covered so much of the cost, including for my first pair of glasses. Visit the folks I know and trust for my eye care. Call Shopco Optical or get started online at shopco.com to schedule that appointment.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
The fall home buying season is officially here, which sometimes means less competition among home buyers, but that doesn't seem to be the case this year, with most listings still getting multiple offers. Now, a lot of home shoppers just go with their bank for their pre-approval. But if you'd like to get into your new home for the holidays, now's the time to get started with a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet, or switch if you started somewhere else. Not only will we put a $2,000 guarantee behind our fully verified pre-approval, we'll also work with you and your real estate agent to craft offers that get accepted over the rest. Our favorite tool is to see if we can get an appraisal waiver for the property you're trying to buy. Sure, that takes more effort on our part, but adding those magic words, "no appraisal required," to your property-specific pre-approval can be the difference maker. And our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the bank's for the same rate. Get started with your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval by clicking on the blue button today at AccuNet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
When your car or truck needs service, you should take it to a specialist. I'm Deb Cruz, president of the Auto Dealers Association of Mega Milwaukee. Adam member new car dealers have factory warranted parts, the latest diagnostic equipment, and certified manufacturer technicians. Plus, their prices are low or lower than independent shops, even on routine things like oil changes and tire service. Knowing all that, why would you ever consider going anywhere other than an Adam member dealer?
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
641. Debbie, what do you have?
Well, that accident eastbound 94 right past Brookfield Road is not there. So, okay, we're in good shape. I think they may have taken it off the freeway. Northbound on 41, backing up from about North Avenue all the way up past Burleigh. Southbound still heavy around that curve towards Good Hope Road, so careful with that. Things starting to build up a little bit east and westbound 94 through the stadium, but nothing major at this point. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. For today, mostly sunny and windy, high temperatures climbing into the low 60s. Southwest winds could gust as high as 30 miles per hour. Chance for some showers tonight, cloudy and windy, lows in the mid-40s. We bring back the chance for a few scattered showers on our Tuesday, cool, cloudy, and windy with highs in the mid-50s. It's partly sunny and breezy, slight chance of a shower Wednesday, highs only near 50 degrees. Westerly winds gusting as high as 30. Sunny and cooler conditions for Thursday, highs in the low 50s. We're back to 60 degrees with sunshine on Friday. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Brendan's got us at just 42 degrees right now. That's just a little bootleg audio there for you. From the Violent Femmes sold-out show at the Riverside Saturday night. They backed it up with a Sunday night show as well as Milwaukee's own made a triumphant return. My kind of rock and roll concert, Adam, let me tell you why.
Please do.
Mentioned before, I'm not a huge fan. Like everybody, I know their hits, but my wife loves the band and had never seen them, so we went Saturday. So we're in our early 50s, right? We were on the younger end of the spectrum that night. So all kinds of folks. No opener, okay? Show listed as an 8 o'clock start. Started around 8 o'clock. We were in the car by 10:30.
Well, what a night.
We heard everything we wanted to hear. Perfect. So Gordon Gano, before they take the stage, has this announcement. Something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing here, but we're going to come out and we're going to play our second album. Then we're going to take a break. Then we're going to come out and we're going to play our first album. Then we're going to leave the stage. You're going to stand and applaud in an effort to get us to play an encore. Then we're going to return to the stage and play a few more songs. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, I mean, why even stay for the show? I mean, you basically just got the rundown.
So it was perfect. You know, the other thing you forget, just a reflection on it, just the creativity and the unique sound of this band. They must have played 24 instruments. At one point, I'm trying to count. I mean, half a dozen horns at least. Multiple sets of bells, different bass guitars. I mean, just a sound that only belongs to this band.
Coming a long way from Huckin outside of the Oriental Theater playing on a couple of trash cans. Right. You mentioned the show. So it was a busy Saturday night downtown. A lot of shows at all the different venues in Milwaukee. I was at the Nico Case show just up the street from you on Saturday night, and you mentioned the Femmes, and I knew it was going to be a big show for them because while we were standing in line to go into the Pabst, about a block or so from where you were at, there were people in front of us in line, all excited. Oh, I can't wait to check out the Femmes. I've been wanting to see them for so long. I was like, do I say anything? And they get up to the security and tickets aren't going through. You're at the wrong show, buddy.
Venue.
You go down the street. So they ran out and hustled because they were around the same start time, 8 o'clock start. So they got to get going. So yeah, wrong venue, guy.
So the Femmes and wherever you can find them, still at it, more than 40 years off that debut album. 6:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Time running out on this great deal. Now, you know this. Follow the sports analogy here. Gina Della is the captain of the team at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. And sometimes you call a timeout to regroup, make sure the right play is called. And Gina's always got the right play called. Here's the play. A whole house of beautiful new energy-efficient Pella windows for as low as $297 a month. And 0% interest on your financing for up to 60 months. That's running a game-winning drive that keeps the chains moving. No penalties, no extra interest, and certainly the experience that we've had in the Vitrano home. Pella windows stopping the drafts, and you'll stay comfortable no matter how cold things get outside, and we're coming up on that winter warming season. So think about it. Energy savings, comfort, and a great monthly payment you can actually manage. That's why we trust Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin in our home. Why now is a great time for you to get in on it. Call today. You can schedule your free consultation at PellaWI.com. Certain restrictions apply, and the deal ends at the end of this month.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The game Packers fans circled on the schedule when it came out is this week Sunday, as Green Bay remains atop the NFC North with a 27-23 win over the Cardinals. Only 6 points in a frustrating first half for the Packers, but this to end it.
Lucas Haversick from 61, and the kick is good. A new Green Bay Packers franchise record, a 61-yard field goal by Haversick.
Who?
I think Tausch called him Havlicek on the post show.
Right? Fox Sports on the call. In for the injured Brandon McManus for the second week. And I mean, it took the Packers a season and a half to find a reliable kicker after Mason Crosby was done here. And now we've apparently got 2.
Yeah, he's answered every challenge that's been put in front of him. We don't win that game without his ability to go out there and make all his tries, his attempts. I mean, a 61-yarder. I didn't envision that going into the game. He's done a hell of a job.
Yeah, Haversick, 9 points on the day. The Packers did enough to scrape that one out. 4-1-1 on the season, and a showdown with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers next up. That's a Sunday nighter. 7:20 is the kick in Pittsburgh. Monday night doubleheader to close out Week 7 in the NFL tonight. Early game is the Lions hosting the Buccaneers, and a resurgent Baker Mayfield.
I changed my pants at halftime.
That's a 6 p.m. kick in Detroit. The Texans are in Seattle for a 9 p.m. kick tonight.
There will be a Game 7 in Toronto.
Pop up. Buckle up for Game 7 tomorrow night.
FS1 with the audio. Blue Jays 6-2 winners at Rogers Center over the Mariners. A lot of home run hitting in that one. Vlad Jr. with a big solo shot that sent the home crowd into a frenzy. So it will be Game 7 in the ALCS tonight. The winner with the honor, nay, the privilege of going up against likely Blake Snell and the LA Dodgers in Game 1. You might as well throw Ohtani out there, as he had an historical performance against your Milwaukee Brewers in Game 4.
Remember that time when we were going to have Game 6 here tonight?
I do remember.
And then now not. Badgers volleyball could drop out of the top 10 this week. Number 9, Wisconsin falling Sunday to number 25, USC in Madison, 3-1 in that match. Badger sports updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Welcome back to Ask Hassellus.
What makes Hassellus mattress different?
Aside from employee-free showrooms, free next-day delivery, and prices that are way too low?
Yeah, besides that.
Hassellus Mattress is locally owned and managed by the same family.
So,
your money stays right here. And through Monday, you'll get a $248 credit towards a new Beautyrest, Sealy Posturepedic, and Serta Perfect Sleeper just for shopping local.
Thanks.
For what?
For being different.
Find a no-hassle, employee-free showroom near you at hassellus.com.
Insisted on coming back to explain everything in person. Vince Vitrano for my team at Horner Plumbing. Everybody's got to have a plumber in their contacts list. Mine is Horner Plumbing. And I was telling you, we had some work done. We were moving the washer dryer and had to do some plumbing work with that. And had a question that occurred to me days after CJ and Kaylee had already finished up their work. So I email Erin. She's my contact over there at Horner Plumbing. She calls me right away. She's like, CJ's coming by. Just want to make sure you're around. I'm like, he doesn't have to come make a special trip. I just need... He is in the area. He really wants to show you something in person, and he wants to make sure that everything is perfect. Wow, that is super service. Makes sense. Horner Plumbing, trusted local name for more than 50 years in our community, and you don't last that long without honest, reliable service. It's why Horner is in my contacts list under plumber. I got your plumber. Put him in your contacts now. $50 off your first service when you tell him Vinny sent you. Get started at HornerPlumbing.com.
Your way inside the huddle.
Hit 1, hit 2.
Without putting on any pads. It's Green and Gold Insiders on Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
When you're playing and you're going through the season, every win's a good win. Some are better than others. Beat a really good team, it feels like a better win, but that's hard to do in the NFL.
Green and Gold Insiders is presented by Window Nation. It's Green and Gold Insiders all season long. right here on WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Debbie's got an update on your morning drive here at 6:51.
Yeah, we got westbound 94 backing up from about 27th Street all the way to about Holly Road. Eastbound's pretty clear at the moment. Northbound 41 is backed up from Mayfair Road all the way up to Burleigh. Southbound 41 heavy from the county line all the way down past Good Hope Road. Then it lets up. You're okay all the way to the zoo. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drakamp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. Going to be a sunny one today, but it's one of those days where I can tell you the high is going to be 63. Not going to feel like it. The wind is going to make things a bit chilly and brisk out around the area. Could see over 30-mile-an-hour gusts today. 45 the low tonight. Some rain chances move in overnight and into your Tuesday. High of just 54 down to 50 Wednesday, 53 on Thursday. Staying dry to end the week, 60 on Friday. Right now in Milwaukee, mostly clear, and 42 at 6:52.
On a Monday morning, Wisconsin's Morning News. Greg Pancake Hill produces the program. Adam is in for Eric this week. Eric's on Wisconsin's Afternoon News. Is John Mercure still on his trip to the moon or the outer reaches of the where is he? Outer reaches
Asia.
of the solar system?
I believe it's Asia this time.
Join my wife Michelle and me on a trip to Mars. We'll be gone, returning in fall of 2028.
I joke about what my listener trip would be. Won't you join me as we explore Downer Avenue, or maybe check out Jones Island and the exotic wonders?
Got some in the mail the other day that demonstrates what's old is new again, and in an increasingly digital world, things that we can hold and touch may be increasing in value. That is the sound of a 3-year-old kid who happens to be my nephew. What he is doing in this moment is he is pointing at the same thing I got in the mail. Printed on paper, a book, a catalog, if you will, pictures and prices of toys. Thing that used to be a staple in every home around the holidays, whether something you got through the mail or whether I delivered it to your door on Thanksgiving Day as a Milwaukee Journal, then Milwaukee Sentinel carrier.
This. What are you pointing at? I'm pointing this. All the toys. You'd like all the toys. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay. Kids got that right.
Go big or go home, Betty.
All the toys, Debbie. Well, apparently retailers still believe this makes sense. And while we're in many ways ditching print, Amazon and others are either still or back to printing these types of catalogs. Editorial in the Chicago Tribune recently, somewhat self-serving since that's a newspaper, and they want print to survive,
of course,
in some manner. But the article is titled, Amazon's Holiday Catalog Brings Back the Joy of the Toy Store. Yes, print lives on. And they write, the Amazon Christmas catalog serves as a sort of bridge from our past to the current moment in which online retailers dominate. But even in an age of scrolling and same-day shipping, the simple act of circling toys with a marker still does the better job. Don't tell those kids that print is dead. Amazon, of all companies, doesn't think so. Kids know the fun of charting their desires on glossy paper. So I thought that was fascinating. They cite Target also has a catalog this year. Other brick-and-mortar stores are making comebacks.
You know, I remember getting the Fleet Farm catalog back when I was younger.
Yep.
And you know what I think about when I think about like the age range that they're targeting with, specifically with this Amazon catalog. I mean, a 2 or, as you played there, 3-year-old, it seems like that's exactly the target. Like, we don't need to do things on a screen. You can still have beautiful color, like blown up images of a giant Bluey doll or whatever. And it seems like it's targeted and tailor-made for that age to be like just colorful, put it right in their face, and one less thing on a screen. So I would think parents would be all over one less thing for a toddler to be looking at on a tablet or something.
It's not like you're not still probably buying a lot of this stuff online, but like this is your starting point. Put it in front of them, then, you know, like they mentioned, they're circling it or pointing at it or whatever, but it's that joy of watching them do that.
Now, I think you do have to get in front of it, though, and do some sort of, whether it's through like a Prime Target ad or something like that, to let people know, hey, this is coming, because I know I, as well as many people probably, when I go to my physical mailbox now, just half expect that 90% of the stuff in there is just immediate throwaway material, including, I'll admit, the coupons that I might want to take a look at. So maybe get in front of that and say, hey, coming soon to a mailbox near you, this thing you're not going to want to toss out.
It's interesting, too. I mean, companies aren't doing this because they're nostalgic or think it's neat. They must know and believe.
It's all strategy.
Right, that it's helping them sell more toys. The piece in the Chicago Trib finishes this way. The Christmas catalog isn't some newfangled trend. It's a return to the norm, and it's effective. Long before one-click shopping, Chicago figured out how to deliver wonder to a child's doorstep. 86 years later, it still works. Can confirm.
This, all the toys.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Landmark Credit Union is the naming rights sponsor for the new music venue next to Fiserv Forum, and credit union members are eligible for benefits, including a contest where the winning member gets tickets to every show for 1 year. The real estate division of Milwaukee-based Marcus Investments acquires a Minnesota shopping center under a joint venture with a Los Angeles investment group. They pay nearly $12 million for Shops on Main in Rochester. Former Harley-Davidson CEO Jochen Zeitz sells his condo on the Milwaukee River downtown for $729,000. He commuted to work from Milwaukee and his home in New Mexico. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
I'm with James Imaging Systems client Preston Clark. He oversees IT services at Creative Business Interiors. Preston, you get the benefit of one-on-one relationships with the James team. Like when your sales rep said something unexpected. What did they say?
Hey, this is a little high. You're not printing as much as we thought you were going to print.
Then the James team member had even better news.
Correct. Let's bring that down. Let's make it a little cheaper and still keep you on the same program.
The James Managed Print Services Program. All your document output devices bundled under one invoice that includes service and supplies for one low cost per print. Nice, right, Preston?
Yes, felt great. Felt secure, Don't have to worry about, again, somebody just coming in and selling something and then walking away and never hearing from them again.
James Imaging Systems, AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. My wife recently had a major accident that involved her back. I felt blessed and lucky because Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin is on our side. She's on the way to healing. They've got the best imaging and best doctors, the best systems, and the best way of taking care of you. They've got experts when it comes to things like shoulders, knees, and hips. And it's not always surgery. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin will take care of you from beginning to end. Go to their website, ohow.com, ohow.com. Request an appointment. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
I'm Brett Matschke, and you're due for service.
Richlands. Your trusted and relevant source for news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Seven o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Monday, October 20th. Our top story. Mother heads to trial facing child custody charges.
I'm Adam Roberts. A big kick and a late score lifts the Pack to a W.
I'm Debbie Laziga. Seeing some delays along westbound 94 between Moreland Road and Calhoun. More delays westbound between 27th Street and Mitchell Boulevard, too. So heads up with that. We've got southbound 41 from the county line down to Good Hope Road, slowing down. Northbound's backing up from Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. The rest of the system is looking okay. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast for today. A high of 63 degrees, but it is going to be windy again. Winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour, sustained at 10 to 20 under mostly sunny skies. Chance of showers tonight, windy as well, with a low down to 45. Milwaukee right now at 43. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the mother of a 13-year-old girl who was missing for nearly a week in Oak Creek, she is set to go on trial today. 36-year-old Louisa Asala from Burlington, facing a count of interfering with child custody. Been in jail since March, accused of hiding her daughter Lillian from her father, who has primary custody. Asala admitted to investigators that she drove to her daughter to a friend's house in Watertown. That, according to the criminal complaint, The daughter was found there some 6 days later. If found guilty, Asala could face more than 12 years in prison.
It was a deadly weekend across Milwaukee. A pair of double shootings, one Sunday near 27th and Atkinson, killing a 50 and 64-year-old suspect now in custody. A second shooting earlier in the weekend, Saturday, near Appleton and Ruby, leads to the deaths of a 33 and 43-year-old man, another suspect in custody connected to that shooting.
Packers did just enough to get that 27-23 win over the Cardinals in Arizona. After allowing the Cardinals a touchdown late in the second half, the Packers drove down and kicked, looked like we would be trailing 13-3. Instead, this happened.
Instead, Jordan Love completed a 22-yard pass to Romeo Doubs, setting up a franchise record 61-yard field goal from Lucas Havrasik, an eye-opener for head coach Matt LaFleur.
I didn't envision that going into the game.
Signed off the Colts practice squad 9 days ago, Havrasik is 4 for 4 in field goals and 6 for 6 on extra points.
He's answered every challenge that's been put in front of him. We don't win that game without his ability to go out there and make all his tries.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Packers set to travel to Pittsburgh this weekend, facing Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers Sunday night.
In Chicago, the temporary head of ICE's field office in Illinois' largest city was supposed to testify in front of a federal judge today about tactics being used by immigration agents. However, he's no longer in that position. News Nation's Judy Wang explains.
The judge ordered that ICE's Chicago director, Russell Hutt, tell her why she was still seeing tear gas deployed and reading reports that agents had not given advance warning. Agents fired tear gas at a crowd that gathered following a car crash involving agents. Judge Ellis also ordered that agents wear body cameras. A government lawyer told her rolling out such a costly program during a government shutdown presented a challenge.
Department of Homeland Security says Russell Hutt's return to field office director in the nation's capital was planned.
President Trump says he will announce new tariffs against Colombia today.
The fields are loaded up with drugs, and they refine the drugs, and they make tremendous amounts of cocaine, and they send it all over the world, and they destroy families. No, Colombia is out of control, and now they have the worst president they've ever had. He's a lunatic who's got a lot of problems, mental problems.
In a social media post, the president called Colombia's president, quote, illegal drug leader strongly encouraging the massive production of drugs.
Overseas, there continue to be serious threats to a fragile ceasefire brokered between Israel and Hamas. Israel striking multiple targets inside Gaza after a deadly attack on Israeli soldiers, which Hamas claims it was not involved in. CBS's Deborah Pata.
War was back in Gaza this weekend. 45 Palestinians were killed in Israeli strikes, say local health officials, and 2 soldiers, say the Israel Defense Forces, when Hamas opened fire using an RPG.
Vice President J.D. Vance set to head to Israel tomorrow.
They pulled it off, or at least for now, a jewel heist at the Louvre in Paris. Art investigator Arthur Brand calling it the heist of the decade.
Targeting the Louvre, the world's most famous museum. It's as bad as it gets, especially for France, but also for the entire world.
And no arrests announced as of yet. Officials reporting several people disguised as construction workers got into the world-famous museum early Sunday just before it was set to open to the public.
Coming up could be a busy cruise season in 2026.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:04.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
Siding Unlimited installs Pella windows and doors. This is Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, and let me say that again. Siding Unlimited installs Pella windows and doors, and we install windows and doors really well. Our team of fine craftsmen show up, lay down drop cloths, remove the old, and install your new beautiful windows, and then clean up behind ourselves so you're left with brand new Pella replacement windows installed by Siding Unlimited and a great experience. Our team from sales to office to install will take you through the process the right way, the Siding Unlimited way, that has earned us the prestigious Pella Platinum Premier National Certified Contractor of the Year award 5 times. If you're getting estimates for windows and doors this fall, be sure to call Siding Unlimited because you can only get Siding Unlimited's professional craftsmen for Pella windows and doors by calling Siding Unlimited. For siding, roofing, windows, and doors, let Milwaukee's National Contractor of the Year, Siding Unlimited, give you a free estimate and start the process. Go to sidingunlimited.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
A gutsy call that almost didn't happen. Sports coming up at 7:15.
Some breaking news you may have noticed as you woke up. Some issues logging on to certain sites this morning connected to Amazon. Well, the company now says an issue which affected its cloud computing service unit, AWS, has now been fully mitigated. This after it was hit with an outage, disrupting several popular websites and apps all across the world. Snapchat, Facebook, even Fortnite amongst the lengthy list. Cryptocurrency exchange Coinbase also reporting disruptions. Amazon says despite the mitigation, there are still a backlog of related issues to work through. But again, it appears the issue that caused that hours-long outage overnight has been mitigated.
The Milwaukee Bucks holding an open practice, giving fans a snippet of new additions to the teams as the Bucks open play on Wednesday.
Assistant coach Greg Buckner says Miles Turner brings more than just size and defense to Milwaukee.
I really am surprised by Miles, too, is his leadership qualities, his willingness to call people out, his willingness to speak about things to make us better.
Coach Buckner tells WTMJ what the fans should expect.
He's all about winning. I think last year getting to the finals really left a bad taste in his mouth because they didn't win it, but it also helped them to understand that this is what I want to get back to, and he's making sure that he's putting a concerted effort to make sure that he has that opportunity to do that again.
Turner joins a Bucs squad looking to return to championship form. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
If you're thinking about taking a cruise next year, you may want to move quickly.
AAA is projecting a record-breaking year for cruise travel in 2026 after a surge this year that defied expectations. Who are these people taking to the seas and rivers? 65% of U.S. cruise passengers are 55 or older. Hoping to appeal to younger people and more adventurous travelers, a lot of cruise lines are now offering expedition cruises from the Arctic to Antarctica. The most popular cruise destination for Americans by far, the Caribbean. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
It is going to be a big year locally. It's expected in Milwaukee we could see up to triple the cruise travel as, of course, we're building out the South Shore dock in the city. A new all-American cruise ship expected to head to Port Milwaukee this year as well. So get in and get in early because it sounds like it could be a busy year on the seas.
Super romantic. Ooh la la.
Does your bathroom belong in a haunted house?
Or maybe it's just time for a refresh.
WTMJ and Sidex are back with the beautiful bathroom contest.
One lucky listener will win a tub or shower conversion valued up to $10,000.
It's easy. Snap a pic of your scary shower, terrifying tub,
Or even just one you're tired of.
and enter now at WTMJ.com. Sidex makes it easy to go from fright to fabulous.
Hey, WTMJ, Steve Scafidi here. Are you a member of the State of Wisconsin Pension Program? If so, you may have questions about your benefits and what they mean to your retirement plan. Join me, along with Annex Wealth Management Director of Financial Planning Eric Strom and Senior Financial Planner Tom Burkholz on October 21st at 3:30 p.m. We'll discuss fundamentals, like how to look at your statement, and go deeper looking at case studies that may help relieve concerns and answer your questions about WRS. That's Tuesday, October 21st at 3:30 p.m. Register now. Visit WTMJ.com or events at AnnexWealth.com.
Debbie's got an update on your morning drive at 7:10.
Yeah, things are starting to kick in a little bit. We've got southbound on 41, our usual spots of delays from the county line to Good Hope Road. Northbound from just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up past Burleigh. A couple of broken down vehicles. One on westbound 94 at Moreland. This is off on the left shoulder as you're going through that curve just before you get to Calhoun. It's not really causing too much of an issue, but just something to keep in mind. Keep your eyes open for that. And then 4394 southbound, the right shoulder blocked with a broken down vehicle just past Howard Avenue. So heads up with that. Other than that, everything else is looking good. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. For today, sunny and windy, temperatures topping out in the low 60s. Southwest winds gust as high as 30 miles per hour. We look for a chance of scattered showers this evening and overnight. Cloudy and windy with lows in the mid-40s. Another chance of scattered showers tomorrow. Cool, cloudy, and windy. Highs in the mid-50s. It turns partly sunny and breezy on Wednesday. A slight chance of a shower with highs near 50 degrees. Sunshine is back for Thursday. Cooler, highs in the low 50s. And we'll look for a mostly sunny sky on Friday with a high near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Temperature is still falling early this morning. We're down to 41 in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Adam Roberts.
7:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. A couple of local stories to highlight this morning, both involving young people. One, a mother about to go through court. The other, still a mystery this morning.
Happening today.
Very little to go on here from West Allis Police, who are only telling us right now they are investigating the death of a 4-year-old child from over the weekend. As was reported in the news at the top of the hour, investigators seen at the Dairy Queen on Highway 100 in Greenfield early Saturday morning, but we don't know whether the DQ has anything to do with this incident or whether it might have just been a staging area for a potential crime scene nearby. There were squads in that parking lot. Investigators promising more information this morning, but that's all we have on that one at this point, more than 24 hours out from that incident. The other story, due in court today, this mother who's at the center of a missing persons case from back in spring caused great concern. Initially, you had a 13-year-old girl from Oak Creek. She was missing for days. They had found her cell phone in a park, but no trace of the girl. Friends, other family searching. Folks were doing media interviews. Please help us find her. Please help us find her. So the girl was ultimately found safe shortly thereafter. Her own mother, Louisa Asala, who is from Burlington, was arrested. She's been in jail since March, accused of basically helping her daughter, of whom she did not have custody, for lack of a better description, hide out at a friend's house in Watertown.
This is a tricky case, as I'm very curious how this is going to play out, whether or not this ultimately gets dismissed in some capacity. But when you get into any sort of family court situations, as I've seen, the details can get very tricky to navigate around. So this one's going to be interesting to watch for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, there are the separate issues of what was going on inside the family, which, is a matter to be discussed, whether, mom was trying to protect her daughter. Regardless, the law is the law, and she didn't have custody of the child.
Right.
And according to authorities, aided and abetted her attempts to, basically hang out at a friend's house or get away from whatever situation she was in. Whether or not any of that plays into the trial, we might learn a lot more about what was going on there and why this all happened. But Asala, 36 years old, facing a felony charge for the alleged crime. Because the daughter was living in Oak Creek, the charges are filed in Milwaukee County, even though mom and then the friend's house were both in Racine County. So Louisa Asala has her trial set to begin later this morning, Milwaukee County Court. Coming up on 7:15, Sports Up Next.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here. A new bill has passed, and with it comes changes that could directly affect your retirement. From taxes to income planning, the rules are shifting. That's why Drake & Associates helps Wisconsinites prepare with confidence. Since 2002, their retirement roadmap has guided good people to make great decisions so that they can enjoy retirement. And the best part, you can get started today with their complimentary retirement toolkit. It includes Tony Drake's book, Get Retirement Ready, plus 5 essential guides that cover every key step of retirement planning. Don't wait. Call or text TAX to 414-400-4692 today to claim your free copy. That's TAX to 414-400-4692.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it hard to fight flu, pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Packers still in search of that complete game that Matt LaFleur has been talking about, well, I don't know, like late last season. We're still looking for that. Preparing for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers this week.
Hands it off to Jacobs, and he is in for a Packers touchdown, his second today.
Josh Jacobs with a go-ahead touchdown late in the fourth quarter. Fox Sports on the call gives the Packers a 27-23 win over the Cardinals. A play that nearly didn't happen.
Scared money don't make money. So, sometimes you got to shoot.
Well, he shot. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur appeared ready to kick a field goal on fourth down earlier in the drive. LaFleur calls timeout and then reconsidered.
Well, when our quarterback's coming off and I can see the disdain on his face, and I looked up at the clock, saw how much time was left. It wasn't by any means a chip shot, although Lucas has come in and done a hell of a job. So one of those deals where I was like, no matter what we call, this guy's going to make it work. And that's exactly what happened.
Love did make it work. 15-yard completion to tight end Tucker Kraft keeps the drive alive. The defense held off Arizona's last attempt at a comeback. Micah Parsons, 3 sacks on the day. Packers move to 4-1-1 on the season. The showdown with Aaron Rodgers is set in Pittsburgh. 7:20 is the kickoff. Two games left in Week 7 of the National Football League. Too late. 9 p.m. kick in Seattle. The Seahawks host the Texans. The Lions have the Buccaneers. That should be a good one. 6 p.m. kickoff in Detroit.
If you still care about baseball, and if you live around here, I don't blame you if you don't, but there will be a Game 7 tonight.
He's right to left field. Forget about it. Gone.
Like father, like son, Vlad Jr. with a big boomer at the Rogers Center. The Blue Jays stand alive, 6-2 winners over the Mariners, and that means the World Series, which begins, by the way, on Friday, again, if you still care, that will be set up tonight, the matchup. It's either going to be Dodgers-Mariners or Dodgers-Blue Jays. We'll find out after Game 7 this evening, ALCS in Toronto.
Just confirming, we are not in the World Series.
Sources tell me, Vince, no, we are
not. Does not look like we're going to be in the World Series. Badgers volleyball upset by number 25 USC, lost in a 4-set match in Madison on Sunday. Badger Sports Updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Here's a dose of reality. Driving under the influence of prescription painkillers is just as illegal and just as deadly as driving drunk. In fact, there are nearly 2,000 drug-related crashes every year in Wisconsin. Help prevent drug driving and let's achieve 0 preventable deaths on Wisconsin roadways. Driving on pills kills. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Departments of Health Services, Transportation, and Justice.
Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. And just because you're going to see one of the surgeons there at OAW doesn't mean you have to have surgery. Just talking with one of the new docs there, Dr. Derek Damerow, and he, like the others there at Orthopedic Associates, will always present to you a menu of options. He told me as far as surgery is concerned, I will never tell someone that they need this. I will always tell them if they're a candidate for surgery, and we'll discuss the pros and cons of a surgery and also alternative treatment plans. After discussing everything, we make a decision on the next best course. Don't avoid having that nagging injury or that pain that's always bugging you checked out because you're afraid of what you might hear. Visit the docs I trust at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. There is a difference. Get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
4 years ago, I opened a doggy dream space unlike anything in Wisconsin. A place that offers it all: daycare, boarding, grooming, and a one-of-a-kind indoor-outdoor dog park and tavern. A hangout as fun for humans as it is for hounds. I'm Leah, proud owner of the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls. Our love, passion, and commitment to dogs and the community are at the core of everything we do. From our incredible staff to top-tier services, we've built something truly special at the Hounds and Tap. Come see for yourself. Visit the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls today.
Debbie's got an update on your morning drive.
Yeah, it's looking okay in Waukesha County now. We do have delays along southbound 41 coming in from Main Street all the way down past Good Hope Road to Appleton Avenue. This was a bit of a slow ride there. Northbound, we've got backups from just before Mayfair Road all the way up past Capitol Drive. A broken down vehicle in the Plainfield Curve on southbound 4394, so heads up with that. It is out of traffic off on the right, but just something to keep in mind if you're heading through that area. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good across the system. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny, windy today and 63. Some shower chances tonight with a low down to 45. More rain possible Tuesday. Going to be another windy one, 54. 50 sunny Wednesday and sunny 53 on Thursday. Heads up, if you have travel plans to northern Wisconsin on Wednesday, might see the first snow showers and a mix of the year as you go to check out the fall foliage. Mostly sunny then on your Friday with a high around 60 degrees. Right now, 42 and sunny in Milwaukee at 721.
Forecast brought to you by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition.
Happy Monday!
It's time to look at the week ahead.
What a Monday morning.
That it is, Governor. It's time to take a look at the week ahead. What is going to be here on the radio, what we see on the TV, read in the paper. What will the water cooler talk of the week be today?
Just tell me what's going to be in the news.
All righty then, Vince. Today, President Trump, another one of his Oval Office meetings. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will be at the White House today. Tariff talks, amid other conversations, will be had. You heard it in the top of the hour news. I believe it was at 7 o'clock. AAA going to publish its forecast for cruise travel next year. Yep, number of Americans that'll be heading on to the ocean liners will be revealed.
Super romantic. Ooh la la.
Indeed, indeed. Also here locally today, Buck's going to do their food and beverage reveals. This is where they dole out what new food options are going to be on the tables at the concession stands or just a tap away on the app.
Right, because otherwise you wouldn't have gone to the Bucks game. But that brought, though.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about, I don't know if I want to go see the Brewers play in the playoffs, but the 2-foot nachos, on the other hand. Bucks, by the way, do begin the regular season. That's on Wednesday. Calendar back to Tuesday. James Comey back in court in Virginia. That's the former director of the FBI who pled not guilty to lying to Congress, obstructing congressional hearings. Politically motivated were the charges? ? Case wants to be dismissed for Comey's lawyers. Vice President J.D. Vance also on the road. He heads to Israel. This amidst that fragile ceasefire that is it holding? Is it not holding? Depends on who you ask. So the vice president heading to the Middle East on Tuesday. Couple of city meetings happening Tuesday of interest. So the Milwaukee License Committee going to consider revoking the license of the owner of Element Lounge. This is on Water Street. Was sort of the hub for a lot of talk from city leaders and the mayor about violence. You may recall hearing over the summer, there was that shooting that left 2 dead and 5 injured outside of that bar. Meanwhile, in Wauwatosa, Financial Affairs Committee having a meeting tonight on Tuesday, which normally wouldn't be a big deal, but on the docket, something that you want to consider as it's fall leaf cleaning season, and that's possible changes to yard waste pickup, which I know, again, very exciting, but right now thousands asking that age-old question, where do I leave my leaves? So we'll get more clarity if you live in Tosa later on Tuesday. Wednesday. You recognize that theme, Vince? Gotta give the bass a little time to warm up here. It's Fraggle Rock. Oh, you're telling me you weren't a Jim Henson
I know.
fan?
I mean, okay, I guess. It wasn't my favorite show.
Well, I suppose. Well, there's going to be a big auction coming up on Wednesday. If you want to grab your hands on some Fraggle Rock puppets, the Jim Henson Company celebrating their 70th anniversary this year. And so a lot of the puppets from Fraggle Rock will go up for auction. So if you, I don't know, if the kid doesn't have something in the Christmas catalog that they pointed and said this, and maybe you get yourself
for example,
a Jim Henson puppet.
I wonder how much
Christmas.
those are going to be, because I don't think I have the fundage for that.
Yeah, you're going to need a little more than $10 or $20 to get some of those puppets, Deb. Also, again, Bucs season kicks off against the Wizards and Chris Middleton. We'll hear that game on WTMJ on Wednesday. Thursday, National Association of Realtors is going to publish their latest data on home sales across the country. Locally, we've already seen some of that data. Home sales up in the Milwaukee area, but also prices. I think what was the average home price in the Milwaukee metro? $470,000 right now in the fall of 2025. Not for me. On Friday, New York Attorney General Letitia James is going to make her initial appearance in federal court. One of many, it would appear, politically motivated indictments from the Trump administration. But New York Sagey Letitia James going to be in court for her first appearance. That's going to be in Virginia on Friday. And hey, Debbie, as long as you're there, stop me if you've heard this about the Hale Interchange.
Well, it's Groundhog Day. Again?
Yep, another 54-hour closure. That's going to be coming up.
What's left to do?
Well, Debbie, I'll
There's a couple
lean
of
on you
other
for that.
ramps that they're going to be working on.
Again with the rampage.
Again
Yes.
with the rampage. Yeah, I saw that as I was coming back from pumpkin patch picking yesterday. Yeah, rough go in that stretch still. And then the World Series also, if you are interested, Friday, Dodgers and either Seattle or Toronto will determine that with Game 7 this evening up to the north in Canada. That's a look at the week ahead on Wisconsin's Morning News.
News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average closed up 238 points in trading on Friday to 46,191. The NASDAQ at 22,680. That's gained 118 points on Friday. And the S&P 500 to 6664, up 35. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, a weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. It's sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining me today is Jeff Salazinski, Executive Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, let's talk business insurance today. What should business owners be doing right now to deal with this complex market that we're in?
A very timely question, Vince. Many businesses have their commercial insurance renewal dates in the fourth quarter or on January 1st, and many are also beginning to evaluate the performance of their employee benefits program as well. It's an important time to have a strategy going into your renewal discussion if you want to maximize coverage and control the cost.
Why so important to start working on this right now?
Insurance companies continue to be very selective over who they're choosing to insure, number one. Number two, insurance companies want and use more information and data today than ever before. You will not get the best price and terms without a solid, well-planned strategy. It's important for every business to understand their strengths and weaknesses.
So what I'm hearing you say, though, Jeff, is each business owner needs a strategy when they are renewing their insurance coverage.
Yes, Vince, a well-planned strategy. The way insurers use data today and evaluate claims experience, it's imperative to work with an insurance professional that understands all of the dynamics.
What else can R&R Insurance provide that kind of sets you apart?
R&R Insurance will provide a better insurance buying experience. We'll use data, strategy, and our expert resources to help you control costs and maximize the value of both your commercial insurance and your employee benefits program. We blend our elite analytics resources with technology to create innovative and cost-effective insurance solutions. As a business insurance top 100 firm, you get local expertise and local ownership working for you.
Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hardworking, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Well, things are slowing down for sure. Northbound on 41, coming up from about Mayfair Road all the way up towards Capitol Drive. Southbound is backed up from the county line down to Good Hope Road, and then again from about Silver Spring down past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazigo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny skies, windy today, and a high of just 63 degrees. Right now, Milwaukee at 41.
I'm Sherry Preston. Some sites are back up and some users are still reporting site and app outages after Amazon Web Services crashed overnight due to a problem in a data center in Northern Virginia. They're working on it. At first, French officials said the Louvre would reopen today, but it remains closed as the investigation goes on into the brazen robbery. Several people disguised as construction workers broke into the museum Sunday, making off with centuries-old jewels.
The thieves look to have dropped a blowtorch, the power tools they used to get in, gloves. Forensics experts are going to be poring over those items to find any clues to make sure they find these items before they disappear forever.
ABC's James Longman in Paris. President Trump doubling down on his threat to cut off U.S. aid to Colombia after the president there, Gustavo Petro, accused the U.S. of murdering innocent fishermen in the Caribbean. The White House says it was targeting drug dealers. 7 million people showing up nationwide this weekend for No Kings rallies and marches against the Trump administration. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, gunfire in Milwaukee over the weekend killed 4 people and a child was injured.
Double shooting on Saturday morning. 2 men ages 33 and 43 were shot and killed near Appleton Avenue and Ruby Avenue. Police arrested a 35-year-old suspect. Then Saturday evening, 3 people were shot in the area of 19th and State Street near Marquette University. A 6-year-old, 23-year-old, and 38-year-old were taken to the hospital for injuries. Then on Sunday night, 2 people died in a shooting near 27th and Atkinson. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Not necessarily the way they drew it up, but a fourth quarter comeback and a splash of dominance on defense fueling the Packers to a win in the desert over the Cardinals. First road win, by the way, of the year for Green Bay. Cardinals scored a touchdown, but with 7 seconds left in the second quarter. While it did appear the Packers would trail 13-3 at the half, that was not the case.
Instead, Jordan Love completed a 22-yard pass to Romeo Doubs, setting up a franchise record 61-yard field goal from Lucas Havrasik, an eye-opener for head coach Matt LaFleur.
I didn't envision that going into the game.
Signed off the Colts practice squad 9 days ago, Havrasik is 4 for 4 in field goals and 6 for 6 on extra points.
He's answered every challenge that's been put in front of him. We don't win that game without his ability to go out there and make all his tries.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
And coming up next for the Packers, another road test. It's one you penciled in since the start of the year when the schedules were released back in April. Off to Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers await the Packers in Week 8.
Renters beware of landlord scams. A recent Wisconsin case, a tenant had a water leak, never got a response from the landlord, which eventually led to a ceiling collapse. But consumer expert for the state of Wisconsin, Michelle Reinen, tells WTMJ what happened next.
Local officials inspected the damage, deemed the property uninhabitable, so the tenant began researching the property to find other contact information for their landlord, and they discovered it was listed as a short-term vacation rental on Airbnb.
Whoa, in this case, the tenant was not able to recover their money. Reinen recommends confirming a rental property's address and landlord's contact information on common rental listing websites before signing any lease.
A private Milwaukee-based jet company taking off with national growth. Jet out expanding operations with a new base in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Milwaukee Business Journal editor-in-chief Timothy Gibbons on WTMJ.
Interesting with them is that they have these bases. So they're going to have local pilots, local mechanics, local planes that basically are in a base in Arizona and one in Florida and one here and now one in Texas. It makes it easier for them to hire because it's not having mechanics and pilots bouncing all around. They actually have a home base.
Jet Out now has locations in 4 states and is expected to expand even more throughout the country.
Aldi with plans for another Milwaukee area store. The German grocer wants to construct a store in Franklin. on Highway 100 near Church Street. If Franklin's Plan Commission approves the project, could open sometime in 2026.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 7:34.
Traffic sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Just Google Mission 94.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Coming up, spooky season at the movies.
News is sponsored by Griffin Ford and Griffin's Hub Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. It goes fast. Winter is right around the corner. Hometown Windows and Doors will help you keep the warmth in and the cold out with energy-efficient windows and doors from top brands like Pella, Marvin, and Anderson. Hometown is here for you. They listen. Hometown will help you find the products for your home, your budget, and your style. Visit their beautiful showroom in New Berlin today. Hometown Windows and Doors. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. HometownWindows.com.
Here's the secret no one's telling you about those trendy weight loss shots. Many people gain the weight back after stopping, but there's a better way. Using the Milwaukee Weight Loss proprietary natural-based program, we've helped thousands of people not just lose weight, but keep it off long-term. You can lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks while protecting your muscle mass. No side effects, no rebounds. Ready to transform your body for life? You can do this. Schedule your free consultation today at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Steve Scavidi here. After a summer in the maintenance phase, feeling great, looking great, I'm back in reduction mode with the goal to lose 10 more pounds with Milwaukee Weight Loss. That means I'll have lost 50 pounds since January. The best part, none of the intense workouts, none of the meals, kits, or shakes, no meds, no injections. Many patients see 20 to 30 pounds plus come off in just a month or two. You can do it. I did it. Book your free consultation today at 262-393-2334 or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
For WTMJ contest rules, visit WTMJ.com/contests.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time 7:37.
Coming up in sports, this guy wasn't even supposed to be on the team. He scored the more points than anybody. Well, no, Josh Jacobs had 2 touchdowns. Anyway, a good day for the kicker. We'll tell you a little bit more about that kid coming up.
11 days, Vince, until Halloween. You know, when we started the month off, it was about 91 degrees. I think that first week in October, you would have been able to fool me if you said that, oh, by the way, fall started like a week and a half ago. But it is indeed the countdown now on to Halloween, and that means it's spooky season, and that holds true at the box office this past weekend.
I had a bad dream.
Horror sequel The Black Phone 2 topped the weekend box office, bringing in about $26.5 million in its first few days in theaters.
I would like you to meet Ares.
It was also enough to knock Tron Ares down to the number 2 slot with just over $11 million in ticket sales.
You tell me I have a budget guardian angel?
Kinda. The other new release was Good Fortune, a comedy starring Aziz Ansari, Seth Rogen, and Keanu Reeves. That opened at number 3. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Yes, noted comedic actor Keanu Reeves.
How did he get the and Keanu Reeves? Isn't he like the whole
I think if you are John Wick, you should get front billing at the front end of that. It's interesting. So Black Phone 2, I'm going to be honest, I didn't see Black Phone 1. Okay. I don't even recall when that came out. But when you think about horror movies in this time of year, so I mentioned earlier that we went and we got our pumpkins for pumpkin carving out in New Berlin yesterday. And so we came home. It was pumpkin carving time, and we throw on a scary movie, usually my wife and I, and we were deciding what we were going to watch. We decided upon Jennifer's Body in 2009, and I'm going to be honest, one of the worst movies I've seen in a long time.
Alrighty.
That was the dialogue in that I forgot because I was in high school when that came out, and it was Megan Fox, and that was the whole like, oh, go see Megan Fox, young guys, you're going to love this one. And then I watched it back. Oof, that was a tough sit through. Glad I had an activity to keep me occupied.
I don't do horror flicks. Too scary. I got enough other problems. 739 News is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. That's heard Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
According to the Census Bureau, more than 12,000 Americans are turning 65 each day. It's a surge they call Peak 65, the highest number in history. 65 is traditional retirement age because it matches up with Medicare, but Gallup found 61 is the average retirement age. Some Annex clients retire early, but we also have clients working at 70 because they love what they do. You know why? Because they've got plans built by fee-only fiduciaries, plans custom tailored to their lifestyle. They identified their wants and needs, and we went to work building investment, retirement, tax, and estate plans in their best interest. Proper retirement planning doesn't start the week before you retire. Having a focused plan built by our in-house teams will go a long way in helping you reach the retirement you desire. It all starts with the conversation you probably already have in the back of your mind. It's time to put that into action and contact Annex. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Visit AnnexWealth.com and click the Get Started button.
It's a bird bash at Potawatomi. Thursdays, you could win up to $50,000 cash in the Bird Bash Game Show. Just play with your rewards card this October for a chance to win. Wouldn't you like to rake in a huge pile of cash? Bird Bash, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com/birdbash. Must be 21 years old to play.
Debbie's got an update on your morning drive at 7:41.
Yeah, things starting to slow down. Eastbound 94 from about Highway 16, pretty much all the way to Springdale Road, back on the brakes through the Barker Road area to Calhoun. More delays from from 84th Street through the Stadium interchange. On the westbound side, we got backups from Sunny Slope Road all the way past Calhoun as well. Southbound 43 now starting to get into the act. We got delays from before Good Hope Road all the way down to Bender Road. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. For today, sunny and windy. Temperatures topping out in the low 60s. Southwest winds gust as high as 30 miles per hour. We bring in the chance for a few scattered showers late this evening and overnight. Cloudy and windy with lows in the mid-40s. Chance for more scattered showers tomorrow. Cool, cloudy, and windy with highs in the mid-50s. Partly sunny and breezy for Wednesday. A slight chance of a shower. Highs near 50 degrees. The sunshine back for Thursday. Still cool. Highs in the low 50s. We'll bring back the sunshine Friday with highs near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 41. Gotta wait for it. Caught my daughter once, the youngest, declaring that she had a peanut allergy at school, though she did not. Because what had happened was one or two of her friends did have peanut allergies, and they sat at the peanut-free table at school for lunch. And she wanted to sit by him. Yeah, I got this is a problem for me
in with that crowd.
Big problem. So, harmless enough, there was room, but nonetheless, peanut allergy is one of those things that boomers and Gen Xers always declare. Well, we didn't have that when we were kids. Like, you knew like one or two kids, but you didn't have a peanut-free table, or you didn't have some of those things.
Right.
And certainly we didn't see it in the numbers that we seem to now. Well, there could be more empty seats at the peanut-free table in the future.
Researchers in Philadelphia found peanut allergies in young children fell by 43%, and overall food allergies dropped by about 1/3. This after the American Academy of Pediatrics released new infant feeding guidelines in 2015 and again in 2017, encouraging parents to introduce peanuts and other allergenic foods at around 4 to 6 months of age.
It's ABC's Maggie Rulli reporting. What does it mean to introduce these foods, peanuts and beyond? Like, what are we talking about?
Dairy, wheat, fish, shellfish, soy, sesame, tree nuts. That actually might teach young developing gut immunity that certain foods are friends and not enemies, thus reducing the risk of a food allergy later on in life.
So that's ABC News contributor and pediatrician Dr. Alok Patel. Obviously something you want to talk to your pediatrician about,
Right,
especially if you have a
yes.
history of this in your family. You know, be careful and deliberate, but the evidence now backing up the theory that doing that sort of thing is helping.
You do wonder if this is, pardon the pun, like an apples to apples comparison. Like, can we utilize what we're seeing and just use it carte blanche on all of these food items that can cause people problems later in life. But it is fascinating to think when this study came out, I think it was 10 years ago, like Maggie had mentioned, like it made waves. Like I remember parents even just, I mean, I wasn't a parent obviously, but hearing like, how in the world can you suggest to do this? I'm not going to give my child something I believe is going to cause, especially as you mentioned, Vince, if I have a family history of this. And it's fascinating information for sure.
7:45, we've got sports coming up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Get 2 mattresses for the price of 1.
Whoa, what are you doing?
We don't do sales at Penny Mustard.
I know, Nicole.
So how can we offer 2 mattresses for the price of 1?
Because it's only 1 mattress.
You're not making sense, Ben. Have you been painting in confined spaces again?
Arvid, I'm talking about Penny Mustard's 2-sided mattresses.
Oh, I see. When you have a flippable 2-sided foam or coil spring mattress,
it's like having 2 mattresses for the price of 1.
You'll give each side more time to breathe.
And your mattress will last twice as long.
You use both sides of your pillow, and you should be able to use both sides of your mattress, too.
I don't use a pillow.
What do you use?
A cement block.
Really?
I find it relaxing after a long day of painting in confined spaces.
2-sided mattresses, because 2 is better than 1. Available every day at Penny Mustard Furnishings.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishings.
Free in-home design consultation, design created to maximize your space, professional installation. Vince Vitrano here, 3 pillars of the experience we certainly enjoyed with Inspired Closets Milwaukee. It's why working with my friends Katie and Dan, based right here in Waukesha, so much better than doing some internet or mail order closet company. Bunch of stuff comes in boxes. You're trying to figure it all out. Just like ours in the Vitrano home, your custom closet experience with Inspired Closets Milwaukee begins with the team learning about your needs. What's going on in your house? What do you need to feel better, less stress, less cluttered? What spaces might we focus on? Entryway, overjammed coat closet. I promise Katie and Dan and their team have a solution that is not only functional but beautiful. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The game Packers fans had circled on the schedule soon as it came out. It's coming up on Sunday. As Green Bay remains atop the NFC North with a 27-23 win over the Cardinals. Only 6 points in a frustrating first half from the Packers, but these last 3 were pretty special.
Lucas Haversick from 61, and the kick is good. A new Green Bay Packers franchise record, a 61-yard field goal by Haversick.
Lucas Haversick.
Is Brandon McManus getting Wally pipped?
I don't know, right? He is in for the injured McManus. I mean, it took the Packers a season and a half to find a reliable kicker after we were done with Mason Crosby. Now apparently we've got 2.
Yeah, he's answered every challenge that's been put in front of him. We don't win that game without his ability to go out there and make all his tries, his attempts. I mean, a 61-yarder. I didn't envision that going into the game. He's done a hell of a job.
That is good math by Coach Haversick. 9 points on the day.
Are we getting to a future? Like it seems like kicks are getting longer and longer and longer, and as more of these stadiums go indoors or some sort of roof kind of situation, we're going to get into the era where the 70-yard kick is just like, whatever, he's lining it up.
Well, Packers nonetheless 4-1-1 on the season. A showdown with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. That's up next. A Sunday night kick at 7:20 in Pittsburgh. Monday Night Football has a doubleheader to close out Week 7 in the NFL. Early game is the Lions and Buccaneers. A resurgent Baker Mayfield for the Bucs.
I changed my pants at halftime.
It's good to know.
Okay, yep. 6 p.m. kick in Detroit. The Texans are in Seattle at 9 o'clock tonight.
If you still follow baseball and if you're in the Milwaukee market, I certainly don't blame you if you don't.
Out.
There will be a Game 7, not in the World Series, which begins on Friday, but in the ALCS.
Pop up, buckle up for Game 7 tomorrow night.
ALCS Fox Sports 1 with the audio there. The series now tied at 3 between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Vlad Guerrero Jr., he continues to rake this postseason. I think his 6th home run in Game 6. It was 6-2 the final, Toronto over Seattle. So that means Game 7 tonight. The winner will host, because of the seeding, they will host Game 1 of the World Series on Friday against the Dodgers.
And Badgers volleyball could drop out of the top 10 this week. Number 9, Wisconsin falling Sunday to number 25, USC in Madison, 3-1 in that match. Badgers sports updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here with a refreshing offer for a bath or shower remodel from Kohler Services. And this month only, get 0 interest financing for 12 months and a free shower door with your Lugstone shower remodel. My new friend Chris from Oostburg is one of their skilled installers who demos your existing bath or shower, removes it, and disposes it before installing your brand new dream shower. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast professional installation always included. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Does your bathroom belong in a haunted house?
Or maybe it's just time for a refresh. WTMJ and Sidex are back
With the beautiful bathroom contest.
One lucky listener will win a tub or shower conversion valued up to $10,000. It's easy. Snap a pic of your scary shower, terrifying tub, or even just one you're tired of. And enter now at WTMJ.com.
Sidex makes it easy to go from fright to fabulous.
After a serious accident, you'll need a winning team to protect your rights. Trust Wisconsin's own Ruger's offices. Proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
Picture this. You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay because whatever it is, it's on eBay. And it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking in with Debbie here at 7:51. Then Mark Tauscher joins us.
All right. We've got an accident southbound 43 right about at Fond du Lac Avenue. Looks like the right lane is blocked, so watch out for that. Delays coming in from Keefe at this point. We've also got delays along southbound 41 from the county line pretty much all the way down to Capitol. Northbound's backing up from just north of Watertown Plank Road up to Capitol Drive. Eastbound 94, lots of company. It's slow from Highway 16 all the way to about Calhoun. More delays from 84th Street through the stadium. The westbound side's backed up from 35th Street through to Mitchell Boulevard, and then from the zoo all the way past Moreland Road. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drakamp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. If you are a hat wearer, you'll want to hold on to it today. Windy, gusts over 30 miles an hour, but it will be sunny and 63 for the high. Nice fall day. 45, some rain will be moving through late tonight and might stick around early on Tuesday. Otherwise cloudy, windy, and 54. Down to 50, might struggle to hit it on Wednesday, but it will be partly sunny. Then plenty of sun to end the work week. 53 Thursday, up to 60 by Friday. Right now sunny and 43 in Milwaukee at 7:52.
Idea Man.
This is the part of sports that's really hard, is when everything is kind of gone the opposite of how you anticipated.
Innovative.
It's too damn late now. How are you going to start establish an identity? You're into the season. You're into conference play.
And Packers Hall of
It
Famer.
did give me a chuckle because I could just picture Barry sitting back, with whatever he was having at Ruth Chris Steakhouse up here in Madison. It's just too late because obviously the season is getting away from us here.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News is sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Lots to talk about for the Green Bay Packers, Tausch, but first, a tip of the cap to you. I was listening to the remaining minutes of Saturday's game at Camp Randall, where you and Matt LePay and all the folks that you had in, anything to not talk about the game at hand. It was great actually hearing some of the memories from the Rose Bowl reunion that you guys had this weekend.
We had a fantastic time. Friday night, big ceremony with the 93, 98, and 99 teams that won a Rose Bowl championship. So, great timing, I think, by the athletic department to have us all come in for this weekend. And, obviously the game went the way a lot of us kind of thought it might, with Ohio State being a juggernaut. And I think Matt and I were both kind of thinking as that thing was getting away from us, let's bring some positive vibes back to Camp Randall. And so Matt Davenport, the great kicker on our Rose Bowl team, and then Brooks Bollinger, who I think is the greatest quarterback at the university from a just an accomplishment standpoint. Him and Darrell Bevel, we had those guys back, and we were just telling stories, and it was great. A lot of the guys from the '93 team came back, and all of the coaches. It was an awesome weekend from that perspective. As long as you kind of steered clear of what happened on the field, everything else was awesome.
but for the game,
yeah,
right?
Well,
Sounded like a good time. But I want to talk about the Packers' win in Arizona first.
Captain, how soon can you land?
I can't tell.
You can tell me. I'm a doctor.
No, I mean, I'm just not sure.
Okay.
It sounded like a scene out of Airplane. Apparently, the Green Bay Packers charter flight out of Austin Straubel Airport in Green Bay, there was a problem with the plane, Tausch? They were out there for hours eventually. I think the defense did a walkthrough on the tarmac.
It sounds like it was a total you-know-what cluster. And that's where and you heard Matt LaFleur after the game say everything that could go wrong on this trip kind of did. And that's why it was such a big win for him and his team. But, yeah, this stuff does happen. I know everybody thinks that we all have our own private plane, or like the teams have their own private planes. You charter a flight, you expect and hope everything goes well, but as all of us that travel, things can pop up, happen for these guys, and to have a 6 or 7 hour delay with a lot of guys, that patience level, I don't know if you hung around a lot of coaches and athletes, that time is very important. Patience isn't one of their strengths, so I'm sure they were tested. You know who always takes the brunt of it is the travel guy and the football ops guy, because that is their job, and when it doesn't happen well, you could just see these whoever is in that role really clench up. There's nothing they can do about it, so it sounds like they tried to make the best of the time. They got down there, and whether or not that was anything to do with the slow start, doesn't matter. Nobody cares, right?
And
not at all.
You got Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers this week. Matt LaFleur still searching for that complete game. He's talked about it endlessly this year. I suppose scraped another one out. What do you think about the fourth down call? Packers have to go for it on fourth down in order to keep the drive going. They eventually decide to do that. And then, of course, Josh Jacobs gets the touchdown. Packers end up winning the game. LaFleur seemed like he was going to kick the field goal, said he was, and changed his mind. I'm screaming. You know me, I'm a little bit more conservative. I'm like, tie it up. Tie it up. What are you doing?
Yeah. If he had listened to Vinny Vitrano, we would all be crushing him this morning because we'd have lost the game. There was so much time left, and I believe Arizona had their timeouts. You saw him move the football. They would have gotten in field goal range. Whether or not the kid would have made the kick, I don't know. But at that point, you have to understand where you're at in the game. If it was 4th and 6, I think he probably kicks it. 4th and 2, and the fact that he said he saw Jordan's dismissed look, like how irritated he was, and that was why he did it. I don't know if I love that, but I love the fact he talks about all gas, no brakes, scared money don't make money.
That's a great line.
He lived up to it yesterday, and he went and did it because I'm firmly convinced had he kicked that field goal, the kid has done great. Havrasek, he's done great. He's made his kicks. He could have missed it. They didn't. He went for it, and I think that aggressive nature that he's always talked about, your team takes that on. Now all of a sudden I think your team knows this is what we're doing, how we approach it, and I think it saved him from a really tough loss yesterday by making that decision.
Would have made for interesting radio, though. I mean,
doesn't the offense always want to go for it? Be 4th and 38.
They do, and if he does, if he doesn't get it, I'm telling you, today, Wilde and Tausch today would have been everybody calling in, crucifying Matt LaFleur. And by the way, on our postgame show last night, there's still a lot of fans not happy with Matt LaFleur, even with the decision that he made and that. So there's always plenty to talk about in the sports world, which is awesome for me.
Appreciate it, Tausch.
You bet, guys.
Well, when our quarterback's coming off and I can see the disdain on his face.
Business headlines are sponsored by Horicon Bank. Together doing good. HoriconBank.com, the natural choice.
Your mama 9 months to make.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Landmark Credit Union is the naming rights sponsor for the new music venue next to Fiserv Forum, and credit union members are eligible for benefits, including a contest where the winning member gets tickets to every show for 1 year. The real estate division of Milwaukee-based Marcus Investments acquires a Minnesota shopping center under a joint venture with a Los Angeles investment group. They pay nearly $12 million for Shops on Main in Rochester. Former Harley-Davidson CEO Jochen Zeitz sells his condo on the Milwaukee River downtown for $729,000. He commuted to work from Milwaukee and his home in New Mexico. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Scared money don't make money. So sometimes you gotta shoot.
Doing banking differently since 1896. Greg Matzik here for Horicon Bank. Think about that for a second. Over 100 years of focus on the community and your business. At Horicon Bank, financing requests can be approved in days, not weeks, because your banker understands you and your business. And yes, Horicon Bank is expanding, but they've not lost that community-minded feel. I trust Horicon Bank. I've connected with Horicon Bank, and I invite you to do the same. It's Horicon Bank, truly the natural choice, member FDIC.
When severe weather hits and the power goes out, do you have a plan? For reliable power and peace of mind, propane can do that. It only takes about 10 seconds for a propane-powered generator to restore power to your home. So no matter what Mother Nature has in store, you know you're prepared. Learn more at WIPGA.org. This message is sponsored by your local propane provider and the Wisconsin Propane Education and Research Council.
At Advent, nasal congestion and sinus infections can be solved with an in-office 20-minute procedure. Elsewhere, expect surgery.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Monday, October 20th, our top story. A mother headed to trial after her child went missing.
I'm Adam Roberts. Did you try unplugging it and plugging it back in?
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Southbound 43 still dealing with a crash. The right lane blocked at Fond du Lac Avenue, so watch for the backups. They're coming in from about Hampton, so careful there. Southbound on 41 slowing down from the county line to Good Hope Road, pretty much past Good Hope Road all the way down to Capitol. The northbound side slowing down just before Mayfair Road all the way up to Capitol Drive. And then we've got some delays along 94. Eastbound from Highway 16 pretty much all the way past Brookfield Road, back on the brakes from 84th Street all the way to 35th, westbound from 35th Street through the stadium, and then from Highway 100 all the way to about Calhoun. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast. Under mostly sunny skies today, windy conditions at a high of 63 degrees. Tonight slow down to 45 with a chance of showers. Right now at 41, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the mother of a 13-year-old girl who was missing for nearly a week. The girl's from Oak Creek. That mother is set to go on trial today.
36-year-old Luisa Asala from Burlington is standing trial on one count of interfering with child custody. She's been in jail since March after allegedly hiding her daughter Lillian from her father, who has primary custody of the child, for 6 days. The 13-year-old's phone was found at a park in Oak Creek with text messages suggesting she had ran away. Asala then admitted to investigators that she drove her daughter to a friend's house in Watertown where she was found. If convicted, Asala could face over 12 years in prison. Jessica Gatso, WTMG News.
Still few details after a 4-year-old is discovered dead over the weekend in West Allis. Police at the Dairy Queen parking lot near 108th and Greenfield early Saturday morning. And again, details very limited in that 4-year-old's death. We are expecting to learn more later today.
Fourth quarter comeback in a flash of dominance on defense fueled the Packers' 27-23 win over the Cardinals in Arizona.
From the 26, here comes Parsons. Wow.
There he is. Kenny Albert And Fox Sports on the call. Micah Parsons' sack of Jacoby Brissett halted the Cardinals' attempt at a last-second win, the first road win of the season for the Pack.
The Packers' first lead of the game came with 1:50 left in the game after a 1-yard touchdown run by Josh Jacobs. The key play on that drive, a 15-yard pass from Jordan Love to Tucker Kraft on 4th and 2.
Big-time play by Tuck to go out there and get that. And then obviously to finish it off with a touchdown was huge.
Love finished the day with 179 yards and a touchdown. Micah Parsons recorded the first 3-sack game of his career, one of which came on the Cardinals' final drive of the game.
When it's time to win the game, just something just switches, and that's what we practice this week.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Another road test for the Packers in Week 8, and this is the big one. Pittsburgh facing Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers.
If you had some issues getting onto your favorite apps or even just online this morning, fear not, you were not alone. Amazon having an issue with its cloud computing services unit, AWS, meaning several popular apps, including Snapchat and Facebook, experienced outages this morning. Well, now Amazon says the issue is, quote, fully mitigated, but says despite that, there is still a backlog of other related issues the company is working through this morning.
Another boat strike over the weekend, the 7th in recent weeks by the Trump administration on boats in the Caribbean. CBS News correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns.
Returning to Washington last night, President Trump said that new tariffs would soon be announced against Colombia.
They are a drug manufacturing machine, Colombia, and we're not going to be part of it.
This weekend, Colombian President Gustavo Petro claimed a U.S. strike on a boat last month killed a fisherman, accusing the American government of murder. In response, President Trump called Petro an illegal drug leader and said he'd be cutting off all U.S. financial support.
32 people have been killed in those boat strikes.
Day 20 of the U.S. government shutdown, and Democrats still demanding an extension of expiring health insurance tax credits as a condition for reopening the government. That is an issue Republicans oppose. Senator Bernie Sanders speaking with CBS about his positions.
You know what's going on right now in the House? The Speaker of the House, Mr. Johnson, has given his people a 5-week vacation. They're not even in Washington, D.C. Before I vote on a bill that will right now allow 50,000 people to die unnecessarily, I want it absolutely clear that that will not happen.
The shutdown, the third largest in U.S. history. The longest government shutdown in 2018 and 19 was at 35 days.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. expected to roll out new diet guidelines when it comes to consumption of saturated fats. News Nation's Nick Smith.
Think big juicy burgers, butter, and cheese. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. believes saturated fats have been unfairly demonized, particularly dairy products like whole milk and cheese, and wants them back on our tables. He says the new guidelines will include what he calls common sense changes focused on whole foods.
Now, some diet experts cautioning that more saturated fats in diets can have other health implications. I just remember when the war on fat happened, like that was the big thing, like no fat, no fat, no fat.
Yep, I remember the pyramid.
Right. And then remember what happened? Like everybody just loaded up on fat-free stuff, fat-free this, fat-free that. Well, to make it taste good, they just dumped a lot of sugar in it.
Mm-hmm.
So that didn't exactly help. So worth looking at. Coming up with Halloween next week, which candy is number one?
Speaking of sugar, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:07.
News brought to you by Axis Legal. Worn down by work? Contact Axis Legal. That's AXIS Legal today.
Day after day, year after year, the heavy lifting, the repetitive motion, and now your body feels it. Your back, your knees, your quality of life.
At Access Legal, we stand up for people worn down by work.
Workers' comp is our sole focus, and our team has recovered more than $35 million for Wisconsin workers. From sudden accidents to pain that builds over years of hard work, we're dedicated to fighting for the benefits you're entitled to. If you've been worn down by work, contact Access Legal for a risk-free consultation.
Search AXIS Legal today.
Experience the best of Brookfield during Dine in Brookfield, October 29th through November 5th. Restaurants across the city will showcase their culinary creativity with special offers, unique menu items, and one-of-a-kind experiences. Whether you're craving fine dining, casual comfort food, or something new, this is your chance to savor the flavors of Brookfield. Tune into What's on Tap Thursday, October 23rd for an exclusive interview, or learn more about participating restaurants and get your free mobile-friendly Restaurant Week Pass at visitbrookfield.com.
At Aug Prep North, we know the only way to build the future is on the foundation of excellence and faith. Aug Prep North, built for academic, artistic, and athletic excellence, made for more. Learn more at augprep.org.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:09.
Milwaukee Bucks holding an open practice on Sunday. We're getting set for Wednesday's opening game at Fiserv Forum. Fans excited?
Assistant coach Greg Buckner says Miles Turner brings more than just size and defense to Milwaukee.
I really am surprised by Miles, too, is his leadership qualities, his willingness to call people out, his willingness to speak about things to make us better.
Coach Buckner tells WTMJ what the fans should expect.
He's all about winning. I think last year getting to the finals really left a bad taste in his mouth because they didn't win it, but it also helped him to understand that this is what I want to get back to, and he's making sure that he's putting a concerted effort to make sure that he has that opportunity to do that again.
Turner joins a Bucs squad looking to return to championship form. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Bucs President Peter Fagan in the house with us here on Wisconsin's Morning News. We'll talk live with him next as the Bucs again open the season Wednesday night against the Wizards.
Summerfest has plans to fuse music and tech in a new way starting next year. Organizers are going to rebrand Summerfest Tech into Summerfest Tech AI to better connect with festival goers. Milwaukee Business Journal editor-in-chief Timothy Gibbons on WTMJ.
It will be more integrated with the music festival. So, a little more connection there. One of the things that's really exciting is for listeners who are familiar with the Shazam app. Shazam uses pattern recognition to identify songs that are being played. So the co-founder of that tech company will be their keynote speaker.
Summerfest Tech AI set to take place alongside the festival on Milwaukee's lakefront next summer.
Trick or treat coming up. The favorite sweet treats are once again taking center stage.
The most recent data shows Halloween's favorite candy contains peanut butter.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups took the crown, and this was followed closely by peanut M&Ms, and then M&Ms, Kit Kat, and Snickers.
Jane Ross with Instacart's communication and data team tells what states love their candy corn.
The Midwest and South regions have a special fondness for this classic treat.
Favorite ways to enjoy candy corn start at the narrow end or the wider yellow end, but most Americans just go for it. Stephen Kaufman, CBS News.
I think Stefan's a little gaga for candy corn this
year.
Really
overanalyzed that one, right? Just the thing's what, a half an inch?
Yeah,
not even.
don't think too much about it.
Right. 8:11 of Wisconsin's Morning News.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
I'd like you to listen to a little question and answer session with James Imaging Systems client Preston Clark. He oversees IT services at Creative Business Interiors. Preston, why James?
I do feel like that we are partnered, again, as opposed to being sold to.
James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
If I need service, they're here almost within 4 hours every time. I've never had an issue where I'm like, where is that guy?
That works for you and the business, right, Preston?
Yeah, exactly. I don't have to worry about it.
Plus, there's IT-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems.
I've got information that I can then go to my superiors with and say, hey, here's how we could save a little bit of money.
And
then I kind of look like the hero, too.
Want to be the hero in your office? Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
Oh, boy, it's getting so expensive to dine out, but not at the Mind Chef restaurant in Hartford. WTMJ's John Mercure here. The Mind Chef is family-owned, understands inflation hurts. Every Monday when you buy one pizza, you get a second pizza absolutely free. Any size, any quantity. You buy one, get one free. Buy two, get two free. Buy 10 pizzas, get 10 free pizzas. Business owners, managers, bring in pizza for your hardworking employees and your key clients. They're going to love it because it's delicious pizza and your second pizza's free, saving your company a ton of money. Bring your family in today for free pizza. Your kids will love that world-class game room. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and near EAA in Oshkosh, just off the interstate. Lots of seating, lots of close parking. No need to cook. Don't think about cleaning today. Mondays can be tough enough. Buy one pizza, get one free at the Mine Shaft. Plenty to take home for tomorrow. Desserts, and I love their desserts, are also buy one, get one free. Just walk in today for your free Monday pizza. MineShaftRestaurant.com.
8:13, Debbie's got an update on the morning drive.
Southbound 43, we've got a crash at Fond du Lac Avenue. The right lane is blocked right now. Delays are stretching all the way back past Hampton, so give yourself tons of time there. Eastbound 94, we've got backups coming out of the Highway 16 area all the way through to Brookfield Road. Back on the brakes from 84th Street to 35th. Westbound 94, you've got backups from about Elm Grove Road all the way through to Calhoun. Southbound 41, seeing backups from the county line all the way down past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast for today, mostly sunny and windy. Boy, winds will be howling once again with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. High of 63 today, low down to 45 tonight with a chance of showers. And then for Tuesday, chance of scattered showers, cool and cloudy. Tuesday's high just 54. Right now at 41.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Adam Roberts.
8:15 on a Monday morning. Milwaukee Bucks open the regular season this week.
Katie, a spin move by Giannis in the big one-hand flush. He was a blur taking it down the lane, and the Greek Freak is putting on a show early tonight.
Going to be so great to hear that back on the radio. Giannis and the Bucks return to the floor at Fiserv Forum on Wednesday.
And I think this is a team full of dogs. I think we're a very, very dangerous team.
The dogs in the best way. The Bucks dusting off the seats, polishing the floor, making sure everything is tip-top for the home opener.
Is this the way the lighting should be? I don't know. The music is awfully loud. You don't think it's disturbing to some people?
Joining us live in the studio, one of my favorite cuts there, president of your Milwaukee Bucks and Fiserv Forum, Peter Fagan. Morning, Peter.
Wow, Vince taking the sound bite.
You like that? That was when we were talking. Your mother was here with us.
Love it.
She had come to town. She's going to be here for opening night.
Oh, she hasn't missed the 12th opening night. The season got released. I was telling her kind of like the difficulty of and she's like, great, I'll be there the day before at 6 o'clock on this Delta flight. So I was like, great.
You're all set. How many times has she reminded you what flight she was on and when the pickup is?
Do you count all forms of communication?
Yeah.
So post-it notes, text,
email. I sent you an email. Yeah. You might want to look.
No, she's on it.
So the Bucks, as we said, open on Wednesday. Open practice on Sunday. Great to see fans back inside Fiserv.
Yeah, that is one of the real special days where we get a few thousand people there that really, a lot of them aren't ticket holders. A lot of them wouldn't be going to Fiserv.
Yeah, and bring all the kids, right?
All the kids, all the friends, kind of the players just were incredible. I wrote a note late last night to our coaches who made it the most fun, to get it. So it was 2 hour, really like a fan fest. It was great.
Peter Fagan is with us, president of the Milwaukee Bucks and Fiserv Forum as the Bucks open play on Wednesday. So let's talk about a few things on the floor and then some stuff off court. Most notably, probably the signing of Miles Turner, like going for it again. Saw just the other day he went apple picking at Apple Holler, so apparently he's settling in well here in southeast Wisconsin.
I mean, this guy's been up to Green Bay. He has his cheese head. He's apple picking. He is ingratiated himself into Wisconsin culture, and I think I think we're all blown away by who he is, and off the court, obviously getting to know him, and then on the court, he is tenacious, and I think our fans are kind of going to be blown away by his athleticism and how he plays and how badly he wants to win.
Which is so impressive because, Peter, and you've seen so many acquisitions over the years. That's not easy to do for someone to just come in who had been in somewhere else for so long, come over here. And, I mean, he's been at Brewers games. He's done the cheese head. He's done the whole rigmarole. That doesn't happen all the time.
It's got to be who you are. So, I mean, he has engaged and he's having fun and he is about playing basketball, being really focused, and he is kind of one of our leaders kind of right away.
Bobby Portis and A.J. Green, of course, both back as well. Is there any telling you only have a few sort of preseason games anyway. Is there any telling, what sort of team we're going to see on Wednesday night, whether they're where you want them to be?
Well, I think, listen, it's a long season, it's a 2-game season, but if preseason is any indicator of the speed we have compared to last year, the athleticism as well as the improved shooting will be in a good place. And I think the East is in a good place to do well and really have an opportunity for the season. And, we kind of all this suspect around Giannis, like for a summer, just kind of laughing, like, the truth is, when you have Giannis on the court, you are a championship contender in the NBA.
Do you want to spend another, 10, 15 minutes talking about Giannis and whether he's going to come back or whether we're going to trade him?
The gaslighting, you at least here I can tell you my angst because, this is about our games and we broadcast and we're all about momentum and excitement about the season. But when you take a guy for the 10th summer who goes to Greece every summer, who does not have relationships with the press, makes it clear, also doesn't have close friend relationships with NBA players, and the same story kind of rises again with the same answers again through the season, it's crushing. I take it so personally and professionally because what we want is real excitement and momentum about the season. We want our fans to be excited. Like we've got Giannis signed for 2 more seasons, in an extension. So, for this to be the story, is a little bit demoralizing. But Giannis always comes through and makes it very clear this is his home. We are going to play. As he said before, he's got his dogs around him. I think it's DAWGE.
Dogs?
Yeah, dogs, yeah.
One of the losses from this past year, Brooke Lopez now off in Los Angeles, such a defensive presence for the Bucks on the floor, 2-time all defense. Peter, as you look to the roster right now, who do you think could step up in that big shot blocker role this season?
Well, I think Miles is the guy. So I think you don't have to look too far on shot blocking to get it. And then I'll give you my secret guess, which I've been begging our coach, who doesn't really listen to me, probably rightfully so.
Are you sure? Right.
Yeah,
I think he listens to you.
Not wrong. But you remember I said this. Ryan Rollins as a defensive stopper in the backcourt. Ryan Rollins. I want to tell you that if this guy plays a lot, you will see a real difference on the defensive end. He's terrific.
Some changes ahead at Fiserv Forum as well. That and the various levels of season ticket packages still out there for fans. As we talk more with Peter Fagan, president of the Milwaukee Bucks, and Fiserv Forum next on Wisconsin's Morning News. First, we'll get an update on the traffic. Debbie, what do you got?
We've got delays along southbound 43 stretching from Hampton all the way down to Fond du Lac Avenue. There was an accident there that was blocking a lane. They were able to clear that one. Southbound 41 heavy from the county line to Good Hope. Back on the brakes heading past Hampton. Northbound slowing down just before Mayfair Road all the way up to Capitol. And then eastbound 94, we got backups from 84th Street through the stadium. The westbound side actually slows down from Sunny Slope Road all the way to about Calhoun. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Welcome back to Ask Hassellus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
What makes Hassellus mattress different?
Aside from employee-free showrooms, free next-day delivery and haul away, and way too low prices on Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and Serta Perfect Sleeper?
Yeah, besides that.
Well, Hassellus is locally owned.
You mean your franchise is locally owned?
We're not a franchise. Every showroom is owned and managed by the same family. So, when you shop at Hassellus, your money stays right here. And through Monday, our family wants to give you a $248 credit towards a new Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and Serta Perfect Sleeper just for shopping local.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Our 43 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393.
I like that.
Try and buy with no pushy sales guy.
I love that.
Free next day delivery too.
Thanks.
For what?
For being different.
Shop local and enjoy a $248 credit through Monday at Hassellus Mattress. Open 9 to 9. Find a no-hassle, employee-free showroom near you at hassellus.com.
Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. It goes fast. Winter is right around the corner. Hometown Windows and Doors will help you keep the warmth in and the cold out with energy-efficient windows and doors from top brands like Pella, Marvin, and Anderson. Hometown is here for you. They listen. Hometown will help you find the products for your home, your budget, and your style. Visit their beautiful showroom in New Berlin today. Hometown Windows and Doors. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. HometownWindows.com.
Hey, it's John McGivern here. You know I love Network Health. One of the reasons is that they're local and they understand how important that is. Their exceptional customer service isn't just words on a page. It's what they do. It's what they've always done for over 41 years. Call 833-7-NETWORK today. HMO and POS plans underwritten by Network Health Plan. Compensation has been provided for using this endorsement of Network Health.
Does your bathroom belong in a haunted house? Or maybe it's just time for a refresh. WTMJ and Sidex are back with the Boo beautiful bathroom contest. One lucky listener will win a tub or shower conversion valued up to $10,000. It's easy. Snap a pic of your scary shower, terrifying tub, or even just one you're tired of. And enter now at WTMJ.com. Sidex makes it easy to go from fright to fabulous.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at ACCUNET.com.
8:24 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Bucks open play at home. Fiserv Forum against the Wizards on Wednesday night. Bucks president Peter Fagan is live with us in studio. I was remiss, Peter. I forgot to mention we are the defending Emirates Cup champions.
Hang the banner.
Yes, the midseason NBA tournament. Any tweaks to that this year?
Oh, I mean, constant improvement and fun. I think we've got a team. Everything from, besides the Johnsonville Brats, we'll be introducing Nathan's Famous for the first time in Wisconsin, which is kind of fun. But little things. We've created a VIP club called the Reserve for our front row ticket holders, unlike any other experience we've had before. And I think what we're also going to do is kind of change our retail experience a little bit. And then really for the fan, like what we've done is spent a lot of time on the customization of ticket plans. It's no longer, hey, it's an individual game. It's like what games, number of games, how can you really do it efficiently?
40-something is a big ask for your average fan, right?
Right.
So you got to have the packages.
How do you make it a seamless experience when you want to go see your Bobby or your Dairy Bird and have a fun time, whether you want to go to 1, 3, 5, or 41 games, and make that kind of a little bit more affordable, a little bit ease of use, and really focused on the experience, really from parking to entering to getting in.
Want to ask you as well about the new entertainment venue that's right next door to Fiserv Forum. Been a project on your mind for a long time. FPC Live venue, now newly named Landmark Credit Union Live. What are you booking in there? Tell me right now. Give us the first big act.
I think have they announced the first big acts?
I don't know. Well, you're about to.
Because
no?
I'm not going to.
Oh,
yeah. I'm not going to. I'm not going to make my first hiccup. You almost made my first hiccup with Live Nation. Like we've had such a good relationship. So this is one of the directional things that changes the landscape of the Deer District. So you've got a venue that fits, 4,300 people. You're going to have 75 to 100 events. It's going to bring in 500,000 plus new people. And again, the vibrancy, the aggregating people, volume, it's all about content in the Deer District. So how do we keep the restaurants vibrant? How do we get 4th Street going? It's all about content and events. And what this building does is kind of like really injects kind of a life into some quiet days, which will change the Deer District in a big way.
So you kind of set what I was going to ask you, Peter, is that whole part of downtown, when you think about even like 15 years ago, just night and day versus what we had versus what we have. But we like to be forward thinking. And I know there's conversations about a lot of space that will be filled in around the arena. But where can we continue to grow? What do we not currently have that you would like to see in that immediate area?
Well, it's got to be, you've got to build the mixed use. So we need more people living there, and that's apartments, which continues to go. We need more people working there. That's probably the deficit, is like we really don't have a lot of commercial kind of like in the district. And I think post-COVID, that's been a challenging because there's a lot of office space open in the city of Milwaukee and all urban cities around it. And then you need the play stuff. And I think we've got the play down. Mm-hmm. We've got the venues, we've got the restaurants, we've got the entertainment, we've got the building. And then I just think there's growth. Like with the Live Nation venue, we'll also have a Moxie Hotel going up in the next 24 months. And that's kind of the vision, is like, how do we get people living there? How do we get people visiting there? And how do we get people playing there every day of the year?
Mentioned Giannis before. There are 2 more Antetokounmpos who are going to be playing basketball for the Bucks in one form or another this year. Thanasis making a triumphant return from a long injury layoff, and then Alex Thanasis, he's the youngest, right?
Yep.
Youngest Antetokounmpo brother. What is this? A 2-way? So can we see him in Oshkosh, or is
you
he
can see him in both? So a 2-way can play to a certain amount, like on the NBA roster. So okay. I don't want to kill the excitement or the anticipation, but there is a moment that in an NBA game, 3 brothers can be on the court at the same time.
And then, do you have work for any of Yanni's kids yet? I mean, are they working concessions, or who else do you need to employ over there?
I'm happy to interview them. I think we're very
Mariah,
open.
is she okay?
I think we're very open. Yeah,
Whatever they need.
whatever they need, Vince.
8:28 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Our thanks to Peter Fagan, president of the Milwaukee Bucks and Fiserv Forum. Can't wait for Wednesday, man. Great to see you.
Go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome to another episode of Find Your Career Rhythm, brought to you by the LAK Group, who help companies and professionals harness their true potential. LAK, discover your human advantage. Today, I'm joined by Mike Milstead, co-owner of LAK. And Mike, we were talking about a crazy stat. The average worker today spends less than 4 years at a job before leaving. That's the lowest it's been in 2 decades.
Yeah, generationally, it's even a bigger deal. We found younger workers are only spending about 2.8 years at a job, whereas boomers were spending right around 10 years.
So why do you think that is, Mike?
Well, millennials and Gen Z, they really view careers much differently and through a different lens. They see it less as job hopping, more as career exploration or development. With the rise of mergers and acquisitions reshaping company cultures, there's less emotional attachment to these organizations, and people tend to change more frequently.
So, Mike, that's got to be tough on companies. What can they do about it?
Well, at the LAK Group, we've identified several strategies companies can use to retain top talent through career development. The first we've seen is investing in employee growth. If your team is seeking new skills and opportunities, help them out with that, provide that to them so that they don't feel the need to look elsewhere. Secondly, prioritize flexibility by fostering a healthy work-life balance. Lastly, encourage internal mobility. By allowing your employees to explore new roles and career paths within your organization, you're really giving them a chance to switch jobs without leaving your company. These steps not only enhance retention, but also build a more engaged and loyal workforce.
So how can your team, Mike, at LAK help companies take advantage?
We offer culture-building programs aligning your leaders and internal processes to this opportunity. We also build customized leadership development programs and even have a new coaching-on-demand platform for younger workers because they really appreciate that it integrates professional coaching and AI to people when they need it.
Thanks, Mike. If you or your company, you're interested, you can head to LAK's website at transformingcareers.com.
Hi, WTMJ's Sandy Max here. What makes living at Three Pillars so special? Well, let's hear from my friends, Bill and Patty, a couple living quite happily on their campus.
It's a large campus. There's bicycle trails. There's ponds that they can go fishing in.
It's a big family-oriented organization. We go down and have meals together. We sit and chat. The meals are excellent. Three Pillars, it's just a fantastic place to live.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
Shop smarter with Higher Love Cannabis Company in Menominee, Michigan, just a few seconds across the Wisconsin border. Award-winning, organically grown, quality products you can trust. Don't settle for knockoffs in Wisconsin. Get the real deal at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Internet users around the world facing widespread disruption today because of a problem with Amazon's cloud computing service. Dozens of major online services and apps were down this morning. Folks on Snapchat, Fortnite, the McDonald's app, all reporting problems. A manhunt taking place across France following the jewel heist at the Louvre. Arthur Brand is a Dutch art investigator. He calls it the theft of the decade at the museum.
Targeting the Louvre, the world's most famous museum. It's as bad as it gets, especially for France, but also for the entire world.
The museum was supposed to be open again today, but it remains closed. Prince Andrew will still be a prince, but he's no longer the Duke of York anymore. Andrew agreeing to stop using his titles following years of suspicious business deals, inappropriate behavior, and his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein and others. President Trump says the U.S. could soon purchase beef from Argentina as a way to bring prices down. This is ABC News.
Well, things are slow on southbound 41 coming in from about the county line to Good Hope Road. Northbound slowing down from Mayfair Road all the way up past Burleigh. A couple broken down vehicles, one on 41 southbound right at Watertown Plank Road. It is off on the right shoulder. Another one right in the Zoo interchange on the ramp from northbound 894 to eastbound 94. Speaking of which, is it going to be slow from 84th Street all the way through the stadium? Southbound 43 backing up from Hampton down to about Locust. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, a high of just 63 degrees today under mostly sunny skies. Wind will be the story of the day. Winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour and remaining gusty overnight. Tonight's low down to 45. Right now, Milwaukee at 41. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, West Dallas police expected to release more information today as they investigate the death of a 4-year-old child. The little bit that they're confirming this morning, police responded to 108th and Greenfield, 8 a.m. Saturday. Investigators seen in a Dairy Queen parking lot. Police have not released additional information beyond that.
Some drama in the desert.
Hands it off to Jacobs, and he is in for a Packers touchdown, his second today.
Kenny Albert with the call on Fox. Yeah, they don't know how to make it easy yet, but your Green Bay Packers are 4-1-1 on the year after a comeback in the second half, 27-23 win over the Cardinals. They allowed a Arizona TD to the Packers with 7 seconds left in that second quarter, and it appeared at least the Packers would trail by 10 at the half.
Instead, Jordan Love completed a 22-yard pass to Romeo Doubs, setting up a franchise record 61-yard field goal from Lucas Havrasik, an eye-opener for head coach Matt LaFleur.
I didn't envision that going into the game.
Signed off the Colts practice squad 9 days ago, Havrasik is 4 for 4 in field goals and 6 for 6 on extra points.
He's answered every challenge that's been put in front of him. We don't win that game without his ability to go out there and make all his tries.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
And coming up next for the Packers, they are off to Pittsburgh, the Steel City, and awaiting them, Aaron Rodgers and that Pittsburgh offense. That's a Sunday night football matchup in Week 8.
Home sales across the Milwaukee Metro up 7% last month, according to a report from the Greater Milwaukee Association of Realtors. Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Washington counties all seeing increases. Home prices up about 10% year over year, averaging $446,000. Number of homes listed also up about 8% last month.
And speaking of housing landlord impersonations, the latest scam targeting renters. A case recently here in Wisconsin where a tenant was tricked into signing a lease that turned out, in fact, to be an Airbnb listing. State consumer expert Michelle Reinen on WTMJ explaining how to avoid the scam.
Run internet searches for the landlord's name and the property's address and investigate those results. We want to confirm the information we receive from the person we're interacting with against actual records. Then ask the landlord for the contact information of past or current tenants and ask them about their renting experience.
Reinen saying a legitimate property should appear on popular rental listing websites with consistent contact information.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. 6 minutes off the opening bell, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 237 points to 46,428. The S&P 500 up 47 to 6711, and the Nasdaq at 22,889. That's up over 200 points so far. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36.
Traffic is sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Just Google Mission 94.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Coming up, how'd they do it and why?
John Mercure here for Gruber Law Offices. They're part of the fabric of our community. They helped me when I was in a really tough situation. They will help you, too. What stood out the most, I felt like I was part of their family. 40 years in our town, thousands of cases. It's trust. Never a fee unless they win. Wisconsin is their home. When you need Gruber, you know that they'll be there. They care, they're bilingual, they act fast. Visit them at gruber-law.com to learn more. Start your journey at gruber-law.com.
No matter how many people are in your family, buying new jackets for the cold weather months can be expensive. But when you shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, prices on cold weather jackets will give you a sigh of relief because thrift store prices mean great deals. And right now we have a great selection. Find great deals on cold weather jackets for the family at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Potential is like God's love. It lives within everyone and shows us that we are made for more. At Aug Prep, faith ignites excellence in academics, the arts, athletics, and every aspect of our lives. Students don't just realize their full potential, we learn to soar. The #1 K-12 school in Milwaukee is expanding to the North Shore and is now enrolling grades K4 through 6th and 9th. Aug Prep North, made for more. Apply today at augprep.org.
Outstanding.
wait. There it is. Still unsure where the thieves are this morning in Paris. A heist at the largest art museum in the country, the Louvre. How did they do it? One of the biggest cultural sites in the world. Thieves breaking into the museum, which is still this morning unopened. And it's not clear when exactly that could reopen.
France's President Emmanuel Macron vowed to catch the thieves. Earlier this year, he had announced an €800 million makeover for the Louvre that was meant in part to secure the collection that's still on the drawing board.
Well, yeah, it doesn't appear to be doing the desired effect. Yeah, multiple fancy artifacts stolen. The thieves, according to Reuters, using a crane to smash an upstairs window, then stealing priceless objects from an area that houses the French crown jewels, then escaping on motorbikes. This is straight out of like Ocean's 11 or something.
Just smash and grab and hop on the bike? I was expecting like far more intricate.
So now, yeah, still on the run and some definitely awkward questions. So I've been to the Louvre. Now, this was about 12 years ago. You couldn't sneeze without people, monsieur!
Right, yeah.
You couldn't, like, blink without people being all over you. So how? And then you made this point earlier,
What are
Vince.
you gonna
Why?
do with it?
Yeah, how are you exactly supposed to, like, you can't post that on Facebook Marketplace, the crown jewels of France.
Have you seen Ocean's 8?
I have not, Deb.
They take apart all of the jewels that they steal from the Met, and they create like fake crystal ones, put them all together, and they go back, and then they actually have like split them apart, and everybody gets a split of what all the jewels are. So I could see that happening. It's very plausible.
Okay. I was going to say, if it were not for a movie script, I'd have some questions for you, Debbie. Like, you seem to know that real quick off the top of your head.
Ocean's 8.
Most of what I know about Robin, about stealing jewels was from the Muppets. Was it the Great Muppet Caper?
Yes.
This
some
from
big
the person
diamond.
who didn't recognize the Fraggle Rock
It was
theme.
more
You seem to-
Muppets than Fraggle Rock.
Oh, gotcha. So, yes, suspects still on the run, and they did the job in 6 to 7 minutes and got out of Dodge.
Good tunes, though.
Yeah, nice.
Great. Henry Mancini.
Yeah.
Compliments.
Absolutely.
What do you got, Deb?
Southbound on 43. That's going to be backing up from Hampton all the way down to about Locust. Eastbound 94, you got backups from just east of 84th Street all the way through the Stadium interchange to about 35th Street. We've got that earlier accident at Fond du Lac is gone. I think I mentioned that before, but still seeing those delays on the northbound side of 41 from Mayfair Road up to about Burleigh. Southbound on 41, backing up from the county line down to Good Hope Road. The rest of the system, not too bad. We do have one accident, though, on 94 southbound, just south of Layton Avenue. It's off on the left shoulder. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Hey, I've got a great idea. After a long week, relax with an ice-cold beverage and a great Friday fish fry at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club near Holy Hill. WTMJ's John Mercure here. With the fall colors here, the drive through the Kettle Moraine Forest is one of the most beautiful in Wisconsin. And the haddock fish fry is all you care to eat. All other dinners are buy one, get one free tonight and this weekend. Order your favorite steak, pan-fried walleye, salmon, pasta. I love the ribs, big fresh salad, even steak and lobster, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Desserts are also buy one, get one free. I really love that. De-stress with an old-fashioned. Choose from over 20 bourbons, 100 wines, 8 unique dining rooms, and your second dinner is free. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of the Holy Hill Shrine, an easy drive from anywhere in our area. Now serving a Saturday fall lunch from 11 till 2. Tables are open. Call and reserve your free dinner. Arrive early. Serving starts at 4. It's the Fox and Hounds.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials. And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases. We provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit freighter.com/heart.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. So I was looking at some of the bushes that have overgrown on my property, and I love our yard, but I need dormant pruning. That's what takes place during the winter when it's safe to cut back things so you have healthier trees and bushes around your house. Check right now to see if you've got stuff scraping against the siding or needs to be cut back, and schedule it now. Design Build landscaping projects are a year-round topic. Landworks Wisconsin does it the right way every time. They help people achieve their outdoor dreams by creating beautiful landscapes. I love these guys. LandworksWisconsin.com. Check them out today.
8:44 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Yeah, that's what we needed. Brewers 360 is sponsored by One Final Time, Outdoor Living Unlimited, and Big Fish Contract. No Big Fish roof update necessary for a Game 6 tonight. The roof is closed. The building is closed. It's all closed. Dominic Cotroneo, host of Brewers Extra Innings, joins us in studio.
It's designed to break your heart.
I know.
Bartlett Giamatti.
You said that too. You said the privilege of perhaps being disappointed. And we did make the NLCS, and so there's growth there.
You are the second best team in the National League. Do not lose perspective of that.
All right. I can be sad without being angry, right?
Absolutely.
There's a total difference in that.
Absolutely.
Right?
I think
Which do you feel is justified? Sadness or anger?
Sad. There's no reason to be angry at this team. None. Zero whatsoever. You could be disappointed and frustrated about the offensive performance in the NLCS. I get that.
Okay.
But I think as history will tell us, depending on what happens in this World Series, that this Dodger team is going to go down in history as the best ever. I mean, all the talk all offseason, oh my God, they're going to win 130 games. And then they didn't. But the reason they didn't is because they got to coast in the regular season to make sure that they had all of those pieces that we say, oh, win 125 games, break that Mariners record. But they're like, no, all we care about is the ring, because that Mariners team didn't win the ring because they did everything in the regular season. So the point being is that, there's a real possibility that the Dodgers go like something like 13-2 this postseason when you really sit down and think about it. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, that might be the best team ever formed for the postseason.
Is it fair, Dom, to characterize the world we live in right now as Shohei's world, and we're all just kind of along for the ride?
Something.
Shohei's universe. I
maybe multiverse even.
So, obviously, getting to be there, and I've watched Shohei on a number of occasions, but to see him do both, and we talked about it for Game 1 when I was in Philly, and it's like he had a bad second inning, gave 3 runs, then locked it in from there. But when you look at it for him, the sound off the bat is the most violent, crushing, spectacular sound I've ever heard. And you got to think about it. I'm 10 stories up, watching him on the field, and I have a headphone in, and I'm watching, and I'm listening, and all. And just the cacophony, I can't find the words to describe how freaking loud it is when he makes contact. And then furthermore, he throws 100, has the nastiest splitter and slider on the planet. He is the best athlete on the planet. Not just baseball player. Athlete. He is the best I've ever will see.
Not hyperbole to suggest that performance in Game 4, single greatest performance in a single game for any player ever?
It has to be. I understand people are pulling up these box scores from 1910, and you talk about there's a guy in 1971 who had 2 homers and pitched a no-hitter.
The young man's name is Shohei Ohtani.
Well, I'm like, the game has never been harder to play. The game has never played at a higher quality than it is right now. And he's doing it with every single move being measured. And all of those moves are the best ever. 117 off the bat, 100 miles an hour thrown. I just sit here and go, if that's not the best, if this is not watching, something that we will tell our grandkids about, and they're like, "Yeah, right, Grandpa, go to bed." Like that's what it sounds
And he
like.
pitched too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
sure he
yeah,
did.
that's right. Was it in black and white? No, it was in full 4K. You can go watch it right now on YouTube.
To bring it back around to the Brewers then, though, Dom, so as we look now to next year, to your point, you come off a 97-win season, not for nothing, but then if you know this juggernaut is, in the Dodgers or whomever else is still going to exist, is it insanity if you say just run it back? Like, what's to suggest that you can't do it again? But is that also the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something different?
I think this is something different, though. I mean, they did make it to the NLCS, but the point being, again, is that you are shopping in very different aisles, and it's just the reality. I mean, this is life. Life ain't fair, and the world is mean. That's the line I quote from Sturgill Simpson all the time, where it's just, yeah, there's the haves and the have-nots. I don't think the Brewers are necessarily a have-not. They get lumped into the rest of the small market teams unfairly because this team's successful and the other teams are not, and those are the ones crying poor, like, oh, we'll never have a chance. And the Brewers are like, yeah, we do. Suck it up, Buttercup. Let's go. And that's where I say the Brewers are running it back next year, because virtually the entire team is back. I mean, they have a decision to make on Brandon Woodruff. I don't foresee them re-signing Rhys Hoskins. I don't foresee them re-signing Danny Jansen. I don't foresee them re-signing Jose Quintana. So it's just like, I would keep Freddie Peralta. I've made that very clear all season long. You got Freddie Peralta for one more. You got Miz. You got Chad. You got Logan Henderson hopefully coming back healthy. You've got Tobias Myers back to normal. Maybe Ashby tries out as a starter. Really, the entire team is coming back.
The Dodgers were said, at least in terms of their pitching staff, also healthier than probably anybody going in, right, Dom? I mean,
100%.
and then but here's the question then. Okay, the Brewers' best record in baseball, which doesn't matter once you hit the postseason. You got to make the tournament and then see who gets hot. Like, but there's no way you can throttle back, can you? Like, take your foot off the gas a little bit and save a guy here. It's like I don't know how you would do that or calculate that.
Well, that's what the Dodgers did all season long.
How did they pull it off? They just got more horses?
They have more horses,
So
and
they
all
could
of their
pull
horses,
back.
all of their horses are ones.
Yeah.
The Brewers have a couple ones, and they're fringe one types. And then you think of Woodruff's, rehab assignment straight out of hell, where it's just like it just took forever for him to come back, and you just the Brewers had to earn all 97 wins to earn that one seed. The Dodgers just had to make sure they got into the dance, and they knew that once these horses came together, when they made all the signings in the offseason, when they made it all official, when you have Tyler Glass now, Blake Snell, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Roki Sasaki, that you're thinking about, oh my gosh, how many times are those guys going to actually consecutively pitch in a row? And the answer was not very often. But the point being is only the 8th time they've ever pitched all in a row. It all started at the end of August. They lined them perfectly to get them ready to go for October, and now here we are.
All right. I think I'm out of questions.
I mean,
it'll be fine for now. Just let me be sad for a little bit, and then we'll start worrying about next year.
I understand the disappointment. Trust me, man. That clubhouse is disappointed just like the fans
Of course they are.
But I think that when you sit down and look at this season, you beat the Cubs, and they're still mad about it, which really makes me happy.
Yeah,
they're still mad about it.
They can never take that away from us.
Oh, my goodness. The Brewers have more playoff wins than the Cubs since that World Series? The Brewers have more. Despite all the frustrations, the Brewers still have more. So if they want to go, they got the ring, that's fine. I get that. But that's about to be the 10th anniversary next year. It's been a minute. Are they on their way to another 108? Now, the Brewers, of course, want to get their ring before the next time they get theirs. But the Brewers are in really good shape.
Closing thought, the thing that I'm most disappointed about outside of, just wanting to see my team was I was so anxious for the rest of the country.
Yes.
To meet these guys and to see the woodpeckers and to see them chip away and to see the never say die and, undaunted and all that. Like, I wanted us to be the darlings of the country because I love our team and I think everybody else would have too.
Yeah.
Could have gotten on board. We got a little taste of that.
If you lost
they
in
didn't get to
6
see our
games,
best.
you lost in 6 games and you're like, look, they're just better. I think everyone feels infinitely different. But the fact that you got swept that's what the Baseball Reference page is going to say. 4-0 against the Dodgers. And it's just like, but they're better than that. But then they're like, are they? And then you're going to have to explain for years and years on end.
Anybody catch the license plate of that truck? Right?
That wasn't just a truck, man. That was a full-blown semi. I mean, that was that was a tank. That was insane.
All right, Dom. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate all your work through the season as well.
All right, when's the spring training? Pitchers and catcher report soon? I don't know what to do now.
We'll be talking about it.
We'll find something for you.
Okay.
Go play a little golf. It's still nice enough. Windy, though. 8:53 on Wisconsin's Morning News. One more time before 9 here, Debbie.
Well, we got a crash on 94 southbound. It's just south of Layton Avenue. It's off on the left shoulder, so heads up with that. Not too many delays specifically with that. Just want to be careful. Eastbound 94, we do have backups now from 76th Street all the way through to 35th. Southbound 43, a little heavy south of Hampton all the way down to Locust. And 41 southbound, backing up from the county line to Good Hope, northbound from Mayfair up to Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
No matter what we were doing, the Brewer game was always on. Kind of the background of my childhood. I wore number 17.
Oh, you did? I didn't know that was my number.
Yep. This is my friend Jim Gantner. Jim was always my favorite player. We did Jim's roof up in Eden.
Right. The great job he does on homes. Most important is honesty, integrity, and doing a great job.
See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
When severe weather hits and the power goes out, do you have a plan? For reliable power and peace of mind, propane can do that. It only takes about 10 seconds for a propane-powered generator to restore power to your home. So no matter what Mother Nature has in store, you know you're prepared. Learn more at WIPGA.org. This message is sponsored by your local propane provider and the Wisconsin Propane Education and Research Council.
The Wisconsin retirement system impacts over 690,000 people, including police, firefighters, teachers, and UW employees. Join Annex Wealth Management and WTMJ's Steve Scafidi for a free webinar. Understand your WRS potential on Tuesday, October 21st at 3:30 p.m. Learn how your WRS pension fits into your financial portfolio and planning. The Annex Financial Planning team is experienced with WRS pensions and holistic financial planning. Register at annexwealth.com/events. Know the difference with a fee-only fiduciary. That's Annex Wealth Management.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
.55 on Wisconsin's Morning News. My kind of rock and roll concert. Let me tell you, this weekend right here in Milwaukee. Just a little bootleg audio there for you from the Violent
Did you rip
Femmes.
that from the VCR tape?
Right, no, I recorded it during the show. They didn't say you couldn't, and I don't think these guys cared. They really didn't.
Probably
not. Sold out show at the Riverside Saturday nights. They backed it up with a Sunday night show as well, did the Femmes, as Milwaukee's own made their triumphant return. Mentioned before, I'm not a huge fan. I know all their hits and like them, but my wife really likes the Violent Femmes and had never seen them live, which is almost impossible. Like, how can you not if you ever wanted to, right?
Especially if you're from this area.
Right. So we took care of that, righted that wrong Saturday. You know, we're both in our early 50s, and we were on the younger end of the spectrum in the crowd that night, which was great. No opener. Tickets said 8 o'clock. You know when the show started?
8 o'clock.
Pretty near 8 o'clock. Which was fantastic. On top of that, we were in the car by 10:30 and heard everything we wanted to hear. So, yes, that sounds old. Well, all right.
At least he owns it.
Gordon, lead singer, before they take the stage, and this is, again, at the Riverside, and the place is packed. It's a sold-out show Saturday, and we have a pre-show announcement, and it went something like, we're going to come out, we're going to play our second album, and then we're going to take a break. And then we're going to come out and we're going to play our first album. And then we're going to leave the stage. And then you're going to stand and applaud and cheer in an effort to get us to play an encore. And then we will come back on the stage. We'll play a few more songs. Okay, fine. Great. Perfect.
Now, it would be infinitely funnier if they gave you the script and then just went completely off script and were doing something completely unexpected, I will say.
No doubt the group there came to hear that first album in particular, second album as well, which is a little bit dark. But the other thing you forget is just the creativity and the sound of this band, so unique. They must have played 24 instruments. I mean, there were half a dozen horns alone. Like big giant saxophone that was about 10, 15 feet high, and then one little tiny one that barely fit in dude's hands. I mean, the horn player was phenomenal. They brought in several others on different horns, you know, the multiple bells. I don't know how many different bass guitars, just fantastic. Just a creative use of sound that belongs only to this band.
Yeah, you posted a picture of one of those bass guitars you mentioned. As a bass player myself, I had to second guess myself. Like, did they just grab like a cello and like hollow it out and turn it into a bass?
That thing's strange looking. But that cat could wail. Violent Femmes still at it more than 40 years off that debut album, completing their tour where it all began in Milwaukee.
Are you struggling with stubborn weight gain during perimenopause or menopause? It's not your fault. Your changing hormones are forcing your body to store fat, no matter how little you eat or how much you exercise. But there's hope. The Milwaukee Weight Loss Proprietary Natural Program helps restore your metabolism and reset your hormonal balance so you can finally lose the weight and keep it off. No counting calories, no prepackaged meals, no injections, just real results. Join thousands of women who've discovered how to lose 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks to feel like themselves again. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi here. After a summer in the maintenance phase, I'm back in reduction mode. I'm going to lose 10 more pounds. That means I'll have lost 50 pounds since January. The best part, none of the intense workouts, no meals or shakes, none of the meds or injections. Many patients see 20 to 30 pounds come off in just a month or two. Book your free consultation today at 262-393-2334 or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Monday, October 20th. Our top story, trial underway for mom accused of hiding her daughter.
I'm Adam Roberts. Protest chants in Wisconsin and across the country.
Mostly sunny skies today, but windy. Winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour with a high of just 63 degrees. Chance of showers, cloudy and windy overnight, low down to 45. And for Tuesday, a chance of scattered showers and cooler still, high of just 54 degrees. Right now, Milwaukee's at 47. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the mother of a 13-year-old girl who had gone missing for nearly a week in Oak Creek, well, she is headed to trial today.
36-year-old Luisa Asala from Burlington is standing trial on 1 count of interfering with child custody. She's been in jail since March after allegedly hiding her daughter Lillian from her father, who has primary custody of the child, for 6 days. The 13-year-old's phone was found at a park in Oak Creek with text messages suggesting she had ran away. Asala then admitted to investigators that she drove her daughter to a friend's house in Watertown where she was found. If convicted, Asala could face over 12 years in prison. Jessica Gatso, WTMG News.
All feast, no famine for number 1 on your Green Bay Packers.
From the 26, here comes Parsons. Wow.
Yeah, good description. Kenny Albert on the call for Fox. Micah Parsons sacking Jacoby Brissett, halting the Cardinals' attempt to come back against the Packers. Green Bay gets the road win 27-23, their first road victory of the season.
The Packers' first lead of the game came with 1:50 left in the game after a 1-yard touchdown run by Josh Jacobs. The key play on that drive, a 15-yard pass from Jordan Love to Tucker Kraft on 4th and 2.
Big-time play by Tuck to go out there and get that. And then obviously to finish it off with a touchdown was huge.
Love finished the day with 179 yards and a touchdown. Micah Parsons recorded the first 3-sack game of his career, one of which came on the Cardinals' final drive of the game.
When it's time to win the game, something just switches, and that's what we practice this week.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Up next for your 4-1-1 Packers, a trip to Pittsburgh to face Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers Sunday Night Football in Week 8.
Amazon says it has isolated a problem with AWS, that huge cloud computing services provider. The issue centered on data centers in Northern Virginia affected some major businesses early this morning, including Amazon, Facebook, Roblox, and several airlines. Most sites back up and running, but Amazon says a few problems are lingering.
Over the weekend, possibly one of the largest single-day protests in the nation's history, with No Kings rallies across the United States and here in Wisconsin. ABC's Rachel Scott.
Organizers say nearly 7 million people took to the streets for the No Kings protests to protest what they call an abuse of power by President Trump. The demonstrations happening in more than 2,000 cities and towns, 200,000 people showing up in the president's own backyard in Washington, D.C. The protesters say they were fueled by the president's sweeping cuts to the federal government, his crackdown on immigration, and his decision to send the National Guard into Democratic states.
The president dismissive in his response to the protests.
Federal agents report they found what they're calling a suspicious stand before President Trump's arrival Friday at Palm Beach International Airport.
The FBI is investigating a hunting stand that U.S. Secret Service agents found last week in the sightline of an Air Force One landing zone. The empty hunting stand was discovered not far from the Palm Beach airport, near where President Trump was scheduled to land for a visit over the weekend. Sources told CBS News that it was across a highway in a tree line more than 200 yards away and apparently had been there for months based on its condition. That section of the airport hadn't been used until recently because of a reconstruction project. Jennifer Jacobs, CBS News, the White House.
Federal funding for major projects could be in jeopardy, with the Trump administration planning to freeze over $11 billion set to go to those projects in largely Democratic states. News Nation's Marcus Espinoza.
Not a coincidence if you ask Democrats that this is happening, but according to the administration, this is because of the shutdown. They, of course, are blaming the Democrats for the shutdown, and the Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vaught making this announcement on X, saying, quote, the Democrat shutdown has drained the Army Corps of Engineers' ability to manage billions of dollars in projects. The Corps will be immediately pausing over $11 billion in lower priority projects and considering them for cancellation.
Some of the construction projects at risk of being cut in cities like Chicago, New York, and Boston.
Time for News About Your Money, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. A little over half hour off the opening bell on Wall Street, and the Dow is on the rise, up 243 points to 46,434. S&P 500 at 6715. That's up 51 points. The NASDAQ is up 240 to 22,920. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, and weather on the way next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:06.
Change your grocery game plan to locally owned Century Foods, home of the best meat, freshest produce, and tastiest treats. Now through Wednesday, save on 5 to 15.75 ounce selected varieties Frito-Lay Cheetos, Fritos, Smart Food, or Tostitos dip, 2 for $7. 64 ounce or 8 pack selected varieties Juicy Juice, 2 for $5.50. 8.2 to 18 ounce selected varieties C-Pack frozen seafood, $5.99. 6 count selected varieties Bay's English muffins, $2.99.
I am starving.
Oh, no. Never walk into a Century when you're hungry.
Unless it's free sample day. Ooh, wow, pizza, yes. I'd love to try that one.
My husband thinks he can make a meal out of grocery store samples.
Need to wash this down. I think I see someone handing out samples in the liquor department.
Geez, can we focus on our list?
What's this?
It says you can win 2 tickets to Green Bay's home game against Chicago on December 7th.
Or autographed footballs, or a 4-pack of Green Bay Hall of Fame tickets.
You have to enter through Century's Facebook or Instagram.
I'll be entering this on my phone in the deli next to that cheese sample station.
Enter by November 12th.
Does your bathroom belong in a haunted house? Or maybe it's just time for a refresh. WTMJ and Sidex are back with the Beautiful Bathroom Contest. One lucky listener will win a tub or shower conversion valued up to $10,000. It's easy. Snap a pic of your scary shower, terrifying tub, or even just one you're tired of. And enter now at WTMJ.com. Sidex makes it easy to go from fright to fabulous.
Time out on the field. Let's bring in Gina Della from Pella. What's the winning game plan this month?
Wayne, a whole house of new windows for as low as $297 a month with 0% interest for up to 60 months.
Wow, that's a drive you can sustain for years. No penalties, no extra interest.
And unlike opponents, Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin actually stops the drafts.
Don't sit on the sidelines, folks. Make your move today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 10/31/2025.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Looking ahead for the Green Bay Packers, a lot of folks had this one circled on the schedule when it came out. Pittsburgh and Aaron Rodgers as we play the Steelers on Sunday night. Packers 27-23 winners over the Cardinals in Arizona. Just the other night, 2 games tonight to wrap up Week 7. Detroit hosting Tampa Bay and Seattle taking on Houston in a 9 o'clock kick. The Blue Jays picked up a win in Game 6 of the ALCS over the Mariners. So there will be a Game 7 in the American League side of the playoffs that we're no longer in. Winner moves on to face the Dodgers.
WTMJ time saver traffic.
Hereafter will forever be known as the playoffs we're no longer in.
But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how were the playoffs? Let's check those roads here quickly, Vince. We do have looks like a crash that was just cleared up. This was on 94 South, right near the airport by Grange. It had closed down the left lane, but that looks like that's been taken care of, so you should be free and clear through there. Overall, the traffic situation looking pretty decent. We do have a bit of a slowdown as you head north from the zoo on 4145 up past Watertown Plank Road as you head north towards about Capitol Drive. Just a little touch and go through that zone past Mayfair. Everywhere else right now looking A-OK.
Your Store Team forecast, gusty high of 63 degrees today under mostly sunny skies. Yeah, sun will feel good, but that wind is going to be strong. Sustained winds at 10 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30. And that continues overnight with tonight's low down to 45 with a chance of showers. Chance of scattered showers on Tuesday with a high of just 54. Wednesday's high 50 degrees under partly sunny skies, slight chance of a shower. Thursday sunny and cool, high 53. Friday at this point looks pretty nice, mostly sunny and a high of 60. Milwaukee right now at 47.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Adam Roberts.
9:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Vince Vitrano here with you. Adam Roberts is in for Eric today, as Eric is hosting Wisconsin's Afternoon News, which, as the title suggests, is on in the afternoon.
Indeed.
Greg Pancake Hill produces the program. So Mercure's out for another week. Is that why Eric is doing the afternoon?
I believe so. Julia Fellow is back today. She will be in the host seat with Eric.
Okay, Mercure's on one of his trips with fans of the program and all that,
Correct.
Which is great. And I know they take trips, just they're long.
They are very long.
Really
Notably long, some are saying.
I said before, I think Mercure's next trip is to the outer solar system. Join my wife, Michelle, and me.
Won't you come circle the rings of Saturn with us?
Yes, tour the rings of Saturn.
We'll explore Io.
Our trip returns in August of 2038. So anyway, that's where Eric is. Eric is working the afternoon show today. Greg Pancake Hill producing the show, and Adam's with me until 10 o'clock this morning. Want to update a couple of local stories and then get into another piece of conversation this morning, but just a couple of things we're keeping an eye on. One of them involves this mother who she should be in court right now. I do not have a camera in the courtroom that I'm looking at, but she was scheduled for 8:30 this morning. I'll revisit that in a second. The other, still a bit of a mystery.
Happening today.
Very little to go on here from West Dallas police, who at this point have only told us that they are investigating the death of a 4-year-old child. This is a story from over the weekend. I wish I had more information for you at this point, but right now, what we do know is investigators were seen at the Dairy Queen, Highway 100 in Greenfield, early Saturday morning. But we don't even know really if the DQ has anything to do with this incident. We know there were a couple of squads parked in the parking lot. Could they have just been parked there and staging for something else nearby? Like, again, they're not sharing that information.
Right, and that happens all the time.
So don't know if it had anything to do with the DQ or not, but we do know investigators are promising more information this morning as they investigate that death. The other story is, and she's supposed to be in court right now, the mother at the center of a missing persons case from back in spring. You might remember it if I share a few details. A 13-year-old girl from Oak Creek, she'd gone missing. They eventually had found her cell phone in a park, but there was no trace of the girl. Friends were searching, other family members searching for her. The girl was ultimately found safe about a week later. Shortly thereafter, her own mother, Louisa Asala, who is from Burlington, was arrested. She has been in jail ever since. That was back in March. She's accused of basically helping her daughter, of whom she did not have custody. So dad had custody of the girl who had gone missing. Biological mother here in this case did not have custody. And for lack of a better description, according to authorities, she was helping the daughter hide out at a friend's house in Watertown.
And notably in that police report at that time, because a lot of the speculation, if you recall around the time, was the daughter being abused? What was happening here? But she was found in good health, physically unharmed, so nothing to suggest that anything was going on in that regard. And it's a good reminder that as this plays out, express caution, because anytime you see any of these family court cases, dirty laundry may be aired, but you have to enter it with an objective lens.
And it's a good point, too, as we may learn more about some of the circumstances inside the home. That said, Asala is facing a felony charge for the alleged crime, again, because she didn't have custody. So she may offer in her defense some sort of justification, which may or may not play out in court. And again, because the daughter was living in Oak Creek, the charges are filed in Milwaukee County. So even though that she ended up being found in Racine County, mom's from Burlington, also Racine County, but the charges are in Milwaukee County. So Louisa Asala with her trial beginning this week in Milwaukee County courts. So that's the update on both of those stories as we watch them through the morning. Wanted to spend a little bit more time on this because I think it's interesting and something to which we can all relate in some way or another, maybe as parents or certainly as kids once ourselves. Got something in the mail the other day that demonstrates what is old is new again. And in an increasingly digital world, things that we can hold and touch may be increasing in value. That is the sound. It continues. Of a 3-year-old kid who happens to be my nephew. And what he's doing there is he is pointing at the same thing I got. A printed on paper, delivered in the mail book with pictures, with prices of toys. In my day, we called it a catalog.
All right, old man Vinny,
Right?
Let's get you your orange juice.
Thing that used to be a staple in every home around the holidays. So whether it's something you got through the mail or whether I delivered it to your door on Thanksgiving Day as a Milwaukee Sentinel carrier back then.
This. What are you pointing at? I'm pointing this. All the toys. You'd like all the toys. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Kid knows what he wants.
Yes, all the toys. Well, apparently, and this is like a case study, a proof point, retailers still believe it makes sense to print these catalogs. And while we're in many ways ditching print, Amazon and others are either still or back to printing out these catalogs. Editorial in the Chicago Tribune supporting this. Somewhat self-serving for the Trib. I mean, they're a newspaper, right? But
yes,
the article,
paper good.
The article is entitled, Amazon's Holiday Catalog Brings Back the Joy of the Toy Store. Yes, print lives on. And I'll read you a little bit of it here. It says, the Amazon Christmas catalog serves as a sort of bridge from our past to the current moment in which online retailers dominate. But even in an age of scrolling and same-day shipping, the simple act of circling toys with a marker still does the better job. Don't tell those kids that print is dead. Amazon, of all companies, doesn't think so. So kids, they know the fun of charting their desires on glossy paper. And then the article goes on to talk about, like, kids like this. They like to hold stuff. They like to point at stuff. They like colors and pictures. I thought it was interesting as well. They note, Target is out with its own holiday catalog, and beyond online, one old-school toy seller is making a brick-and-mortar comeback.
Now, it should also be noted that these companies, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Target, they're not printing out these catalogs because they just felt like doing it this year. There is a reason, and I kind of read this as marketing nostalgia a little bit. Like, oh, yeah, we can, and you can put a price on anything, and dollars and cents is ultimately what matters. So you're not going to take the time to print out physical catalogs when we've talked ad nauseum about cost cutting and saving money and put everything online if you don't think you'll net some sort of, cyber deal or returns once we get to Black Friday in, about a month or so.
Yeah, well, 100%. Like, listen to my nephew right there, pointing at the stuff, doing the things. Like, if he's not on an iPad or a computer, which, again, parents are increasingly aware of trying to reduce digital time for particularly their younger kids. So how else is he going to say, this is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I want, other than, here, I got this here. Let me show you. Now, granted, he wasn't terribly selective, so I don't know how much.
Yeah, I was going to
that's
say
help
when
my
he's
sister here.
When he's pointing at this, what was this?
I don't even know. Like, I couldn't see the page in the video that she sent, but it was, like he said, all the toys.
All the toys.
But definitely, I hope that there is a return to this, just for nostalgic sake. Well, I liked my kids did the same thing with things that we could find. In fact, one of my son's favorite lines from him, we always bring it up. They got a few of the things from the Thanksgiving paper out, whatever, and they're swapping catalogs. And my daughter, can I have the American Girls one, and can I have this one? And the one from the Meyer toy section, right? Like, my son said, give me that Miger. But right, there's just watching them look through all of this stuff. And like I said, when I was a Milwaukee Sentinel carrier, Journal, I don't think, had a Thanksgiving paper. So we were the only paper of the day, and it was 3 inches, maybe 4 thick. I mean, because it was full of these ads. It filled up my entire station wagon. And then we'd go out on the corner and sell it as well. But one of the reasons people wanted it was for those ads. There wasn't another way to get that information back in the day. But it's a matter of now preference as opposed to necessity.
And to your point, I think Amazon also loves that we have videos that exist of this, of 3-year-olds pointing to their product and saying, oh, yep, because now coming soon to a TV screen near you, an ad featuring toddlers across America and young children pointing at their catalog. So the circle is completed.
Got to find one of my own daughter. I remember her with the catalog there. I want this and this.
From Steve in Northlake. I work at Quad Graphics in Hartford. We produce 20 million of these Amazon toy catalogs in the month of September. All the toys, all the print. From Steve in Northlake.
Nice. And that's great news for Quad. The piece in the Chicago Trib finishes this way. The Christmas catalog isn't some newfangled trend. It's a return to the norm. And it's effective. Long before one-click shopping, Chicago figured out how to deliver wonder to a child's doorstep. They're referring to the paper. 86 years later, it still works. Can confirm.
This, all the toys.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
What makes Hasselus mattress different?
Aside from employee-free showrooms, free next-day delivery, and prices that are way too low?
Yeah, besides that.
Hasselus Mattress is locally owned and managed by the same family. So, your money stays right here. And through Monday, you'll get a $248 credit towards a new Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and Serta Perfect Sleeper just for shopping local.
Thanks.
For what?
For being different.
Find a no-hassle, employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi, and Loyal Family Renovations. They saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handled all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit loyalfamilyrenovations.com.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
At Hazelden Betty Ford, treating mental health isn't just about breaking old patterns. It's about braving new ones. As the leader in alcohol and drug treatment for 75 years, we know caring for addiction, anxiety, depression, and trauma goes hand in hand. We're here for you with new tools when life breaks down. Discover your path to better mental health. at hazeldenbettyford.org/Wisconsin. Sponsored by Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation.
Happy Monday!
It's time to look at the week ahead.
What a Monday morning.
It is time for the week ahead, 9:23 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Let's run it down, Vince. What is going to be here on the radio? What are you going to read in the paper, see on the TV? We're prepping your water cooler talk for the week right now, so you don't have to worry about it.
Why don't you just tell me what's going to be in the news?
Well, alrighty then. Today, President Donald Trump with another White House meeting, welcoming the Prime Minister of Australia as the government shutdown now is in day 20. Tariffs will be the talk at the Oval Office today. Also coming today, we're going to hear cruise numbers. AAA expected to publish their forecast of the number of Americans who will take to the seas aboard the big boats coming up in 2026.
Super romantic. Ooh la la.
Yes, indeed. There are romantic cruises, there are river cruises, and there are just regular cruises. Also happening today, we had Peter Fagan from the Bucks in earlier, prepping for opener of the regular season at Fiserv on Wednesday. But today, Bucks can reveal in about an hour their new food and beverage offerings at Fiserv Forum to keep you hearty and well fed during 4 quarters of Bucks basketball action.
I should have teased Peter about that too. I mean, the food's great at Fiserv, but like the whole rollout, and they do it in Green Bay for the Packers. They do it at American Family Field. But the whole, I wasn't going to take in a Bucks game, but that brought, though.
And the Brewers did it multiple times for each playoff series.
Offering.
Indeed.
I had tickets to this game, but then
So that's why no one resold their tickets during the Cubs series, because, gotta get those 2-foot nachos.
Yes.
That's what happened. Anyway, Brewers
remember that
out
time
of the
when it was
playoffs.
going to be Game 6 tonight?
Yeah, I remember. On Tuesday, James Comey heads back to court. The former director of the FBI pleading not guilty to lying to Congress. The charges his lawyers allege were politically motivated. They want to just throw the case out, so Comey back in court on Tuesday. Also Tuesday, Vice President J.D. Vance off to Israel. This as a ceasefire continues to hold, albeit remains fragile between that nation and Hamas. So the Vice President will be in the Middle East on Tuesday. Interesting happening at City Hall in Milwaukee on Tuesday. So you've got budget hearings, which are still ongoing as they dice and slice up the mayor's $2 billion budget. So this is not that, though. This is actually a meeting of the License Committee. And you may be asking, okay, why are we using the License Committee for a week ahead slot? Well, it's interesting. They will consider, the committee will, revoking the license of the owner of Element Lounge. So this is on Water Street in downtown. There was a mass shooting there in July. 2 dead, 5 injured. One of a laundry list of issues that city leaders, namely Alderman Bob Bauman, have had with this bar. We had a lot of talk about violence in downtown Milwaukee this summer, and a lot of it focused on that particular incident. So the license for that bar owner up for consideration on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we mentioned the Bucks season will kick off. Chris Middleton and the Washington Wizards heading to Fiserv Forum. You can hear that game right here on WTMJ. Thursday, going to learn some data on home sales. We have had in the news the data here in the Milwaukee area, and that eye-opening average price, those are my words, not necessarily others. $446,000, the average price for a home in the metro. Barrier of entry. Hello.
Well, yeah, and remember, that's your average price. So
Correct.
that takes into account your $7 million home.
And also your 225ers.
Exactly.
But we'll be getting more national data. The Association of Realtors will publish that on Thursday. Wisconsin Elections Commission meets for the month on Thursday as well. On Friday, another big court appearance at the federal level. Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, who was indicted by former President, or indicted connected to former President Trump. She is in court in Virginia on Friday. World Series kicks off between Seattle or Toronto. They will take on the Dodgers. They would host as the higher seed. Also over the weekend,
Groundhog Day. Again?
I'm sorry, Bill. Could you quickly clarify that?
Well, it's Groundhog Day. Again?
It is at the Hale, at least. Another 54-hour closure. It seems like every weekend for like a month at this point. We've been shutting down those ramps. Got to take care of stuff that was shut down last weekend. letting you know now, it will be shut down again this coming weekend as
The
well.
ramp to go this way to that way, this here, there. Yeah, right. It's been different.
Oh, and by the way, a rare preview for the week ahead next week. That I-94 construction project we'll be talking about next week, Monday, as that kicks off on the 27th.
Wow, this week's Week Ahead even included a peek at next week. Really
a preview
good work
episode. That is the week ahead for this week on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Coming up on 9:30, we'll do bottom of the hour headlines from ABC News. Next.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Guthrie and Fry. I love Guthrie and Fry. I've got their water softener, the salt delivered right to the basement. Their RO system, which filters the water in our house. What we drink, what we cook with, is crisp, clean, clear. It's Guthrie and Fry water conditionings, the best in the business. They also provide well pump system service, routine service, and emergency service for when you need it. They've been doing that since 1974. At Guthrie and Fry, they know that better water makes a big difference. The teams I trust are at Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning.
Pizza made with pride. That's what you'll get here. With a sauce recipe over 60 years in existence that we're not changing for the world. And we just can't get ourselves to skimp. So we still use only the highest quality ingredients, like our house recipe Italian sausage and our original thin crust dough that's made fresh daily and never frozen. And of course, always 100% real mozzarella cheese. You can't beat that or a Marty's Pizza.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
After a serious crash with a semi-truck, everything can change instantly. Your future, your family's future, your quality of life. That's why knowledge and results matter in big truck cases. And not all law firms have the know-how or the resources to handle these complicated cases. At Gruber's offices, we have the experience it takes to make sure you're protected. And there's never a fee until we win your case. Gruber's offices. One call, that's all.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Amazon's cloud computing service experienced a major outage today, disrupting services around the world, including Snapchat, Roblox, Amazon's Ring, and Alexa services. Most have now been restored as they continue looking into exactly what happened. Detectives in Paris keeping the Louvre closed for another day following the jewel heist on Sunday morning, the thieves making off with priceless French crown jewels.
The raid lasted all of 7 minutes before they escaped on scooters. But the gang seems to have dropped the 200-year-old crown of Empress Eugenie, Napoleon's wife. It was damaged but recovered at the scene.
That's ABC's James Longman in Paris outside the museum. Prince Andrew agreeing to give up his royal titles, including the Duke of York, following years of scandals and questions about his acquaintances, including one-time friend Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump hosting the Prime Minister of Australia at the White House, an Oval Office meeting coming up shortly. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 9:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, home sales across the Milwaukee Metro were up about 7% last month. Adam just referenced it in the week ahead. According to a report from the Greater Milwaukee Association of Realtors, Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Washington counties all saw increases. Home prices up about 10% year over year at an average of $446,000 per. The number of homes listed also up about 8% last month.
Never too early to start thinking about Summerfest, and next year's rendition plans to infuse music and technology in a new way. Organizers rebranding Summerfest Tech into Summerfest Tech AI. Milwaukee Business Journal editor-in-chief Timothy Gibbons on WTMJ.
So it'll be more integrated with the music festival. So, a little more connection there. One of the things that's really exciting is for listeners who are familiar with the Shazam app. Shazam uses pattern recognition to identify songs that are being played. So the co-founder of that tech company will be their keynote speaker.
Summerfest Tech AI planning to place alongside the festival next summer on the lakefront.
American Cancer Society is hosting hosting a food security forum this week at the Oak Creek Community Center. The organization's Kim Abley telling WTMJ.
Recent studies have shown that the prevalence of low food security in people with cancer and their caregivers is much higher than that of the general population. The most recent 2023 USDA report showed that 13.5% of households classified as food insecure, which is more than 48 million people.
That forum starts at 9:30 Tuesday morning.
Milwaukee Bucks, mentioned it a few moments ago, getting their regular season started on Wednesday against the Wizards. Over the weekend, the team holding its annual open practice.
Assistant coach Greg Buckner says Miles Turner brings more than just size and defense to Milwaukee.
I really am surprised by Miles, too, is his leadership qualities, his willingness to call people out, his willingness to speak about things to make us better.
Coach Buckner tells WTMJ what the fans should expect.
He's all about winning. I think last year getting to the finals really left a bad taste in his mouth because they didn't win it, but it also helped them to understand that this is what I want to get back to, and he's making sure that he's putting a concerted effort to make sure that he has that opportunity to do that again.
Turner joins a Bucks squad looking to return to championship form. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
And again, the Bucks and Wizards opening the regular season at Fiserv Forum. You can hear that game right here on WTMJ.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We're an hour off the opening bell. Dow Jones Industrial Average still rising, up now almost 320 points to 46,509. The S&P 500 at 6723. That's up nearly 60 points. And the NASDAQ is up 280 to 22,960. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ time saver traffic going over the roads right now. And we're looking in pretty good shape. Traffic is flowing pretty freely through the metro right now. Just a heads up, not accident related, but maintenance related. If you head through the Marquette and you're off to 794, that ramp from 43 to get towards downtown and 794 going to be shut down until 2 this afternoon. They've got maintenance they're working on. The DOT has that shut down until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Otherwise, we're looking great. No major incidents or delays.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast is a bit on the cool side. Today's high 63 degrees under mostly sunny skies, but the wind's gusting up to 30 miles an hour will make it feel cooler for sure. Chance of showers tonight, low down to 45. Tuesday remains windy with a chance of scattered showers and a high of 54. Wednesday's high just 50 degrees under partly sunny skies with a slight chance of a shower. Thursday sunny and cool, high 53, mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 60. Milwaukee right now at 47.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:35.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory's arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
I give up.
What's wrong?
I've been doing everything wrong at home. I washed the red towels with the white bed sheets. I left all the kitchen cabinet doors open. I wiped out the hydrangeas with the weed whacker.
Hey, we all make mistakes.
But darn it, my wife still isn't mad at me.
Wait, hold on. You're doing these things on purpose?
Yeah.
Why?
So I can sleep on the couch.
Let me guess. The James sofa from Penny Mustard?
Bingo.
With the extra deep seats.
And ultra high density foam cushions?
Remove the back cushions and it's almost like you're sleeping on a twin bed.
Twin bed? Exactly.
Let me get this straight. You're trying to make your wife mad, so she'll make you sleep on the sofa?
The James sofa, yes.
I gotta admit, it's a pretty good plan.
The James sofa, American made with a solid wood fortress frame and hundreds of fabric and leather options, starting at $22.96 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
Does your bathroom belong in a haunted house? Or maybe it's just time for a refresh. WTMJ and Sidex are back with the Beautiful Bathroom Contest. One lucky listener will win a tub or shower conversion valued up to $10,000. It's easy. Snap a pic of your scary shower, terrifying tub, or even just one you're tired of. And enter now at WTMJ.com. Sidex makes it easy to go from fright to fabulous.
Wisconsin retirement system impacts over 690,000 people, including police, firefighters, teachers, and UW employees. Join Annex Wealth Management and WTMJ's Steve Scafidi for a free webinar. Understand your WRS potential on Tuesday, October 21st at 3:30 p.m. Learn how your WRS pension fits into your financial portfolio and planning. The Annex Financial Planning team is experienced with WRS pensions and holistic financial planning. Register at annexwealth.com/events. Know the difference with a fee-only fiduciary. That's Annex Wealth Management.
9:38, Wisconsin's Morning News. Adam Roberts alongside Vince Vitrano with you till 10 o'clock. Then we'll yield to Point Taken. It is October, and for a lot of high schools across Wisconsin, across the country, it's dance season. Got to find a date to the dance. Or do you? It would appear as though the school dance, long a built-in tradition to the high school experience, maybe isn't as big of a draw as it used to be.
In New Jersey this month, Wall Township High School canceled its homecoming dance, citing low ticket sales. Senior Elizabeth Burns.
Once it hits like almost 3 hours, you're like, okay, I kind of like want to go home, like I'm tired.
Kids are incredibly overprogrammed at this point in time.
Psychologist Matthew Strobel.
Smaller informal groups, that's where they're feeling more comfortable. There's less pressure in those groups. I think a lot of that has to do with social media influence.
He says schools need to find other ways to hone kids' social skills.
It's a life skill, but we have to figure out ways to meet them where they're at.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
So I'm mixed on this. On the one hand, we heard from Elizabeth there in the piece by Michael Wallace. Like, some of these dances, I would say, do tend to drag a bit from just my experience when I went to Springs. There were some dances that I felt like, okay, after about an hour or two, we've done our dance, we've mingled, we did the slow whatever. Like, all right, let's move on. But on the other hand, it is such a key social component to the high school experience. So hearing that they're being canceled for low ticket sales, it caught my eye.
Having just graduated 3 kids from high school in the last several years, I'm not shocked to hear this for a couple of reasons. I think one, you mentioned the slow song, right? For a lot of people who were dating at that age, back in the day, like that was your opportunity to be close to someone and, dance and do your thing. Like my kids said, like they never played any slow songs. Like nobody wanted to dance in front of people.
And that's wild
to
think
did
about.
That, right. So that took sort of that thing off the table. On top of that, you and I both had the same, you're considerably younger than I am, but pretty much, and I mean, you could do it. Some folks went in groups, but pretty much even if you went to a dance with a group of your friends, everybody had a date, right? So sometimes you had a boyfriend or girlfriend and then you went together. Obviously, some folks were romantically interested in someone else who asked someone because they hoped to become a boyfriend or girlfriend, but others, then you just went as friends, right? So, hey, are you going to homecoming? No, you want to just go? But you still paired up, and they flat don't do that anymore.
Not at all. So it's just a bunch of people just bopping around. And is that
right? So
and
do you want to go hang at school for 3 hours or no? If there's nothing else happening, what's the point? I think for a lot of these young people.
Exactly to your point, like this idea of that it was a place to be as a pair. We hear all the time about how young people's dating habits are the introduction of the internets and the social medias has vastly changed what that looks like. And maybe this is just one domino that falls as things change over time.
Again, I'm not suggesting that there aren't boyfriends and girlfriends. There is still that. I think there's less of that than when we were younger. But then on top of that, right, they do go. So when they go to homecoming, if you're not paired up, bunch of girls might just go together. And they might not even go with a bunch of dudes. They'll just go together. We got dressed up. We went out to dinner, and then we showed up at the dance. But there again, too, if there's not that added component of, look, if we're just hanging out like we always hang out, then really what's the point of
You can do that
this?
anywhere.
Right.
Without paying, as I did out of curiosity, look up what the Springs homecoming ticket price was for this past year.
What are we going for?
$15, which isn't crazy, but to your point, if we're just going to chill out, text, and take some pictures together, we can do that for free.
Right, and there's a lot of it. 9:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
The Miz.
TikTok Jack, we call him. It was pretty good.
Shout out to Thomas Mosier. Thank you for the ticket, Thomas.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
You shit on me again. You did. You shit on me.
Dang it.
Try not to shit on me.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
Change your grocery game plan to locally owned Century Foods, home of the best meat, freshest produce, and tastiest treats. Now through Wednesday, save on 5 to 15.75 ounce selected varieties Frito-Lay Cheetos, Fritos, Smart Food, or Tostitos dip, 2 for $7. 64 ounce or 8-pack selected varieties Juicy Juice, 2 for $5.50. 8.2 to 18 ounce selected varieties C-Pack frozen seafood, $5.99. 6 count selected varieties Bay's English muffins, $2.99.
I am starving.
Oh, no. Never walk into a Century when you're hungry.
Unless it's free sample day. Ooh. Oh, pizza, yes. I'd love to try that one.
My husband thinks he can make a meal out of grocery store samples.
Need to wash this down. I think I see someone handing out samples in the liquor department.
Geez, can we focus on our list?
What's this?
It says you can win 2 tickets to Green Bay's home game against Chicago on December 7th.
Or autographed footballs, or a 4-pack of Green Bay Hall of Fame tickets.
You have to enter through Century's Facebook or Instagram.
I'll be entering this on my phone in the deli next to that cheese sample station.
Enter by November 12th.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. It's kindness, it's compassion, it's very specialized training. Their mission is to transform the culture of care, and they're doing that every single day. I've been in their places. I've seen how they love and take care of people with cognitive decline, Alzheimer's, or other related dementia symptoms. In part at Azura, they do such a great job because their staff goes through specialized training. They're going to take great care of you. Locations throughout southeast Wisconsin, Wisconsin-based, family-owned. It's Azura.
It's Gina Della. You've heard me define what makes Pella Windows and Doors different. Let me introduce you to the woman behind the billboards, commercials, and share my extraordinary journey of resilience, reinvention, and shattering glass ceilings every Saturday morning at 6:30 on 620 WTMJ and anywhere you stream podcasts for What's the Difference with Gina Della to discuss business coaching across all industries, featuring successful executives, entrepreneurs, and mentors along the way. This is a story you won't want to miss.
9:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News. You know what I was doing just now?
What's that?
I checked my calendar to see there was something going on later this week. I wanted to double check and yada yada yada. And on the calendar, I'd already put on my phone calendar all of the potential World Series games that I could have. So I'm just going through delete game 1, delete game 2, delete game 4, delete all of the games. I'm choosing to be sad still, which is fine. Not so much angry, just sad, but I think I'm going to decide to be sad for a little bit longer.
Is this like a parent saying, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed?
I'm just disappointed. It's a little bit like that. So I've decided I will be sad. I'll allow myself some sadness for a little bit longer. And, you know, for those, it was a great year. It was a great, yes. But I'm going to allow myself to be sad for a little while longer. And then I will reflect on what a wonderful year it was and all of that stuff.
Yes.
Is that all right?
I will allow you
grant me some more
yourself.
Sadness. All right, back to Packers then.
Lucas Haversick from 61, and the kick is good. A new Green Bay Packers franchise record, a 61-yard field goal by Haversick.
How about this dude? Lucas Haversick, who? Fox Sports on the call, in for the injured Brandon McManus. And the kid gets himself a 61-yard field goal, the new franchise record, as was indicated. And I had read that, and we signed him off a practice squad. Was it the Colts or somebody we picked him up on? So it wasn't like he hadn't been kicking, but also like he was, if he ended up not making that roster or somehow getting cut, like he was a substitute teacher. Okay, now, and he may be a substitute teacher by next week again. We don't know. Who knows how it's going to go for the recovery of Brandon McManus. He injured his quadricep on his kicking leg, which he says is something that he's dealt with before. But I would think, given that the dude just went 2 for 2 on his field goals, or was it 3 for 3? It was 2 for 2 plus 3 extra points. He was perfect on the day in the Packers' 27-23 win over the Arizona Cardinals. Somebody needs a kicker, and this cat's pretty good. What strikes me even more is we went like a season and a half, where we couldn't get anything right in the kicking game after Mason Crosby was done with the Green Bay Packers, and then like this person wasn't working, that person wasn't working. You began to think, like, how hard is it to find somebody who can make a chip shot? Now this cat comes in. Now we got 2. McManus is working out just fine, and this dude comes in a fill-in role and hits a franchise record 61-yarder.
I would say this fits the bill of good problem to have if you're a 4-1-1 Green Bay Packers squad. We mentioned it with Tausch as we talk about how this game transpired in Arizona. Boy, we'd be singing a different song. And it's crazy how the NFL does, when it comes to games, sometimes hinge on that one moment, that one play, or in the case of yesterday's game, that one decision. So they're going to kick a field goal. Love's coming off the field, and in Coach Matt LaFleur's words, he saw the look of disdain and despair in the QB's eyes and suddenly had a come-to-God moment and said, now, wait a minute. What if we actually went for it here? And boy, is it great that it worked out. Because if he, as the head coach, went with looking at the quarterback's puppy dog eyes to make a play call and then it blows up in your face, we are having a very different conversation today.
I have the coach's words, if you like them.
Sure.
Let me see here.
Well, when our quarterback's coming off and I can see the disdain on his face.
There it is.
And I looked up at the clock, saw how much time was left. It wasn't by any means a chip shot, although Lucas has come in and done a hell of a job. So I just one of those deals where I was like, no matter what we call, this guy's going to make it work. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so it's that 4th down call. The Packers had 4th and 2 in Arizona territory, late in the game, but not late enough for LaFleur's liking. I agree with, but like I'm yelling at the TV, and I'm overly conservative. I get that. Of
course.
And I'm like, take the points, take the point, take the 3, tie it up, let your defense do the work. Mark Tauscher's analysis was he didn't think we win that game if the Packers tie it up with 3, figured that Arizona was going to find a way to get into field goal range.
Well, you argue, and of course Arizona had their backup QB in. Now, win's a win, but if it's Kyler Murray leading that final drive in the 4th quarter, I mean, Arizona had a chance. They had a chance to take that lead, and Green Bay would not have had a lot of time to maneuver down. Probably would have had only like 10, 12 seconds, if that, after they would have scored. And, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but.
And like all of these, coin toss calls, when it works, you're brilliant. When it doesn't, everyone wants to fire you. No one's calling for LaFleur. It's a little bit different situation in Madison, which we'll probably get into later in the week. But yeah, LaFleur made that call. It worked. Tucker Kraft caught the 15-yard pass, and then it was Josh Jacobs who ran it in for his 2nd touchdown on the day. Eric Bold Predictions Billstead had Micah Parsons at 20 sacks on the year. Now, he did add 3 in one game, so I think he's up. Greg, do you you running a tally on that? Is he at 4 now? I didn't expect you to just produce the stat. Just anecdotally, do you feel like 4 is a good number?
It's probably closer to 5.
I know he got one
right?
in that
Because there
first
was a
game,
while where
but
he had one like the first 2 weeks he had one, and it was like, oh man, the streak is alive, and then he went kind of cold there for a while.
Greg Pancake Hill, producer of the program, expected to produce that stat on mention.
Still looking for it too, by the way. Sorry.
Sorry about that, pal. Nonetheless, the Packers are, as Adam said, 4-1-1.
5.5. How's that?
5.5. Nice job. All right, so
I'm working back there.
Bill said he could still get it. We'll talk about that next week when he's back in. It is 9:51 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Scared money don't make money. So, sometimes you got to shoot.
Looking for the perfect bite before or after your next show? Stop into Proof Pizza inside St. Kate, the Arts Hotel, where creativity meets crave-worthy flavor. Whether it's brunch, lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack, every pizza is made to order and bursting with bold, fresh ingredients. Don't miss their incredible sandwiches, too. From curtain call to last call, Proof Pizza is your go-to spot for food, friends, and flavor. Learn more at stkatearts.com.
Box elders, Asian lady beetles, they are looking for their winter home, and your house looks good to them. Boy, with the weather turning colder, this is going to become a problem. Vince Vitrano for the Bugman and Queen Bee, your best in local pest defense. Problem unless you've talked to the Bugman. So I had the Bugman himself, Adam, out to the house a couple of times. We did 2 different treatments that they like to do this time of year to prevent those bugs from wintering in your walls. There is room on the schedule still for you. Stink bugs as well included in a different treatment. So you got a couple of different things that are going on, and they have the treatments to make sure that they are matching whatever problem you've seen in your house. We used to have them all winter long, crawling on the windows or by the sink. No more. Local, family, veteran-owned and operated. It's 20% off your first service when you tell them Vinny sent you. The best in local pest defense. Bugman, queenbee.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Save big money on your bathroom upgrade at Menards. Tuscany creates thoughtfully designed bath fans that will align perfectly with your style while providing strong performance and near silent operation. They come equipped with a long-lasting dimmable LED light and come in a variety of styles to help your bathroom hit your fashion benchmark. Save big money on Tuscany bath fans. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bry.
One of the bills that you are a champion of has moved forward to Governor Eber's desk. It's talking about banning phones in schools, and it has become a partisan issue. It got 0 Democratic votes. This feels like a no-brainer for the governor to sign.
What the hell are we doing in Wisconsin?
What?
Why is this a partisan issue? Kids are there to learn. Parents, leave your damn kids alone in school. You're not always the smartest person in the world.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
OMT, one more thing. As we used to call it at Channel 5 Eyewitness News in Green Bay. The last thing of the newscast was the OMT, the one more thing. What you got? Wanted to bring this back because you'll hear about it continuing in the news today, but some interesting new research. We caught my daughter once, our youngest when she was in elementary school, declaring at school that she had a peanut allergy.
News to you,
it was indeed, because she didn't. And if this is the naughtiest thing their kids ever did, and she was a pretty good kid, so but it was just a couple of her friends sat at the peanut-free table in the cafeteria at lunch, and she wanted to sit by her friends, so she declared herself allergic to peanuts and thus had a spot at the peanut-free
Solidarity.
table. Right? But peanut allergy is one of those things that boomers and Gen Xers always like to say, we didn't have that when we were kids. Like, there were 1 or 2, but you certainly didn't have a peanut-free table. It does seem like it's been more prevalent. There could be more empty seats at the peanut-free table in the future.
Researchers in Philadelphia found peanut allergies in young children fell by 43%, and overall food allergies dropped by about 1/3. This after the American Academy of Pediatrics released new infant feeding guidelines in 2015 and again in 2017, encouraging parents to introduce peanuts and other allergenic foods at around 4 to 6 months of age.
It's ABC's Maggie Rulli reporting. What does it mean to introduce these foods, as she suggests, beyond the peanuts, too? What are you even talking about?
Dairy, wheat, fish, shellfish, soy, sesame, tree nuts. That actually might teach young developing gut immunity that certain foods are friends and not enemies, thus reducing the risk of a food allergy later on in life.
Sorry, doctor. Friends and not enemies. ABC News contributor and pediatrician Dr. Alec Patel. So obviously something you want to speak with your pediatrician about. You want to be careful and deliberate, but evidence now backing up the story that it is at least helping. Did know one kid wasn't in my grade. I still remember back in Wilson Elementary School, a kid who was not supposed to have nuts had, do kids even bring treats to school anymore? Or is it all stickers? Like when
You're
it's their
asking the wrong
birthday,
person.
right? But man, I remember this kid, like the ambulance had to come because he was allergic to peanuts and he ate one of those windmill cookies, which the actual crime was that anyone brought that as their treat for the kids. Because those things are terrible cookies.
Yeah, if you get that in the lunch bag, you're not exactly advertising that to the room.
Right. That's not a cool snack to hand out at school. Not that, and again, the kid's okay, but like core memory, right? The ambulance at your elementary school, what happened? He ate a windmill cookie. And
that's not cool.
Shouldn't have had that happen. Anyway, 9:58, we have WTMJ's Point Taken coming up next.
It's a bird.